Hello everyone, I'm Mr. Night Story, and welcome to tonight's journey toward peaceful sleep. If you're enjoying this content, I would be so grateful if you could take a moment to like this video. I'd also love to hear from you. Please feel free to share in the comments where you're watching from and what time it is there. Your kind support truly helps me continue creating these relaxing experiences for you. Now, please make yourself comfortable as we gently begin tonight's journey to restful sleep. We parked for the night at a small turnout off State Route 89A between Sedona and Cottonwood. It was mid-October 2017, and the afternoon had been perfect until it wasn't. We had spent hours at Crescent Moon Picnic Site, watching the sun paint Cathedral Rock in shades of rust and amber. A short sprinkle sent us packing, and as we drove, the air took on that distinctive smell, creosote mixed with wet dust, the kind that makes you feel like the desert is breathing. The turnout seemed ideal at first. Flat ground, close to a dry wash lined with low brush and scattered juniper. My phone showed 2 bars of service, just enough to stream some music while we cooked dinner. The wash cut a deep channel about 50 yards from where we parked. Its banks eroded into smooth curves that suggested water rushed through here when the monsoons came. But now, in October, it was bone dry. About 200 feet away sat an older blue Sprinter van, its paint faded and dusty from road miles. The man inside looked to be in his 60s, with gray stubble and a weathered face visible through his window. He glanced our way once when we pulled in, but he didn't wave. He didn't nod. He simply turned his attention back to whatever he was doing. I appreciated that. We weren't looking for company, just a quiet place to spend the night before pushing on to Flagstaff in the morning. My partner started unpacking our cooking gear while I checked the area. The ground was hard-packed dirt with scattered rocks and dried vegetation. No trash, no fire rings, no signs that people used this spot regularly. That should have told me something. Our golden retriever Bailey jumped out and immediately started sniffing around the perimeter. She'd hiked 10 miles that day and should have been exhausted, ready to collapse the moment we stopped moving. Instead, she seemed restless, her tail held low, her movements quick and purposeful. We cooked pasta on our camp stove as the sun dropped behind the western hills. The temperature fell fast, the way it does in the high desert. I pulled on a fleece and watched the sky turn from orange to purple to deep blue. Venus appeared first, then the other stars, and within an hour the Milky Way stretched overhead in a band so thick it looked like someone had spilled milk across black paper. Our van is a simple build, nothing fancy. We have a bed platform that runs across the back, drawers underneath for storage, and a small kitchen area with a single burner and a cooler. A battery monitor glows soft blue near the sink, showing our charge level. We keep our shoes lined up by the sliding door, headlamps hanging from hooks in the map pocket. Everything has its place. After months of living in 70 square feet, you learn to be organized. After dinner, we cleaned up and put everything away properly. Food goes in sealed containers, dishes get washed and dried, trash gets bagged. You can't leave anything out when you camp in bear country, even if you haven't seen signs of bears. It's just good practice. I stepped outside to brush my teeth, spitting into the dirt well away from the van. The air had gone cold enough to see my breath. Bailey stood on the threshold of the sliding door, her front paws on the step, her body rigid. She wouldn't come down. I called her name twice. She glanced at me, then turned her attention back to the wash, staring into the darkness with an intensity that made my stomach tighten. Dogs know things. They sense things humans miss. I'd learned to trust her instincts over the years. We settled in around 10 o'clock, arranging our pillows and pulling up the heavy sleeping bag we used as a comforter. The battery monitor cast its soft blue glow across the ceiling. I cracked the passenger window open about an inch for ventilation, just enough to keep the air fresh without letting too much cold in. Then I clipped the insulated privacy cover over it, blocking the view from outside. You can still see thin lines of condensation forming around the edges when the temperature differential is significant. My partner pulled up a show on her tablet, but the signal kept buffering despite the 2 bars. After the 3rd time the video froze, we gave up and just talked instead. Small things, plans for tomorrow. whether we should take the scenic route through Oak Creek Canyon or the faster highway where we might stop for breakfast. The conversation was easy, familiar, the kind of talk that fills the space between waking and sleeping. Every few minutes, a pair of headlights would sweep along 89A in the distance, the beams cutting through the darkness before fading as the vehicle moved on. The highway was maybe a quarter-mile away, close enough to hear the occasional semi downshifting on the grades, but far enough that we felt isolated. The wash carried no sound back to us. No insect drone, no cricket chirp, no rustle of small animals moving through brush. The silence felt dense, as if something heavy sat on top of the normal night sounds and pressed them down. Bailey stayed at the foot of the bed, her body oriented toward the wash. She hadn't relaxed at all. Her breathing was shallow and quick, her ears forward, every muscle ready to move. I put my hand on her back and felt the tension there, like touching a coiled spring. "She's just wound up from the drive," my partner said, but her voice had doubt in it. "Yeah," I agreed, wanting to believe it. The Sprinter's cabin light clicked on for a moment, throwing a yellow rectangle onto the ground beside it. Through our window cover, I saw the brief glow, then darkness again. I took it as a sign the older man was settling down for the night too. Somehow that made me feel slightly better, knowing we weren't completely alone out here. The van ticked as metal cooled, small pings and creaks as everything contracted in the night air. I lay on my side, watching the battery monitor's blue glow pulse gently. My partner's breathing slowed and deepened. I felt myself starting to drift, that pleasant sensation of consciousness fading at the edges. Then everything changed. A little after 11, the quality of silence shifted. I don't know how else to describe it. The absence of sound became somehow more pronounced, more deliberate, as if the desert itself had stopped to listen. I held my breath without meaning to, straining to hear something, anything, that would break the stillness. Bailey let out a sound I'd never heard from her before, a low, continuous rumble from deep in her chest. Not a growl exactly, more like a vibration of pure fear. Her whole body shook with it. Then, moving with slow deliberation, she slid off the bed. She didn't jump down. She lowered herself carefully, her nails scratching on the plywood floor, and pushed herself backward into the dark space beneath the bed platform. "Bailey," I whispered, "come here, girl." Nothing. She had wedged herself as far back as she could go, into the narrow space between the drawers and the van's wheel well. I could hear her panting in short, rapid bursts. I reached down to try to coax her out, but my partner grabbed my wrist. "Don't," she said quietly. Her hand was cold. I eased the edge of the window cover up slightly, just enough to press my face against the glass. My breath fogged the window immediately, obscuring my view. I waited for it to clear, watching the condensation slowly evaporate at the edges. When I could see again, I looked toward the wash. Movement. Something upright, moving through the brush along the wash's edge. At first, my brain tried to make sense of it as a person, someone walking out there in the dark. But the movement was wrong. Humans bob when they walk, their bodies rising and falling with each step, their arms swinging in natural rhythm. This thing moved with a strange gliding quality, as if its torso stayed perfectly level while its legs did something underneath that I couldn't quite parse. It cut left, then right, changing direction with unnatural speed. No gradual turn, no shifting of weight, just instant changes in trajectory. When it leaned forward, the elbows hung low, too low, and at angles that made my eyes hurt to track. Each shift looked less like a step, and more like a pivot, as if the thing was standing on a platform that could rotate without transitioning through the space between positions. I closed the cover and pressed my back against the bed frame, breathing through my nose, trying to calm the hammering in my chest. I'd seen people run in strange ways when exhausted. I'd seen shadows play tricks in bad light. I was trying hard to convince myself this was something normal, something explainable, but my body wasn't buying it. Every animal instinct I had was screaming that what I'd seen was wrong, fundamentally wrong. I slid my hand down between the bed and the wall, found Bailey's fur, and felt her trembling. She was panting so hard I could feel the vibration through the floor. The sprinter's cabin light flashed once, just a single beat of illumination, then darkness again. He saw it too. The older man saw whatever was out there, and his response was to go dark and quiet. That confirmed something I didn't want confirmed. I strained to listen, every sense heightened to painful intensity. I expected footsteps, the crunch of gravel under boots, some sound that would at least fit into a category my mind could accept. What came instead made my skin go tight across my bones. Soft steps, rhythmic and deliberate, circling the van. Not the sharp sound of boots or shoes on gravel, but something muffled, like weight pressed into thick padding. Step, step, step. Each one carefully placed, each one the same pressure, the same duration. It moved clockwise around us, starting from the rear driver's side. I counted the steps. 16 to complete the circle. Then it started again. Same pattern, same rhythm, but slower this time. My partner had gone completely still beside me, her hand finding mine under the sleeping bag, gripping hard enough to hurt. The steps stopped at the passenger side, directly adjacent to where I lay. Through the thin metal wall of the van, I could feel a presence, something standing close enough that only 2 inches of aluminum and insulation separated us. The temperature inside the van seemed to drop. I could see my breath now, small clouds forming with each exhale. I moved my eyes toward the edge of the window cover without turning my head. The condensation on the glass had increased, water droplets running down in small rivulets. As I watched, a handprint formed on the exterior surface. 5 fingers too long, too thin, pressed against the glass from outside. The palm was narrow, and the fingers were spread wide, as if testing the surface. The print was positioned high, higher than I could comfortably reach from outside. I'm 6 feet tall, and this print was at a level with my line of sight while lying down, which meant it was at least 6.5 feet off the ground. The handprint slid downward an inch, leaving a smeared trail. Whatever made it was adjusting its position, shifting its weight. I wanted to look away but couldn't. The print seemed to glow faintly in the darkness, as if the substance on those fingers held some kind of phosphorescence. I finally turned my head, breaking the spell. And in that moment of movement I heard something else, a soft, wet sound, like meat sliding against metal. It was coming from the back of the van. The rear doors, our double doors that opened outward, were flexing inward. Just slightly, just enough to make the thin inner panel bow by a fraction of an inch. But it wasn't a pull or a yank. It was steady pressure, sustained and patient, as if something was leaning against them and testing their strength. The bed frame transmitted every tiny movement directly to my body. I could feel the metal flexing, could feel the bolts that held the frame to the van's floor taking strain. My heels pressed into the mattress involuntarily, as if I could somehow push back against whatever was on the other side of those doors. My partner's whisper cut through the fear. Keys, cup holder. My brain snapped into a different mode. Not thinking, just acting. I slid forward carefully, trying not to make noise, and reached for the cup holder mounted between the front seats. My hand closed around the keys. The metal was ice cold against my palm. Shoes by the door, she added, her voice perfectly controlled but thin, like wire pulled taut. I had a clear view of the van's interior from where I lay. The sliding door on the driver's side, our shoes lined up neatly below it, the headlamp hanging from its hook. Everything normal, everything in place, except for the pressure on the rear doors that wouldn't stop. I moved forward on my stomach, pulling myself with my elbows, and eased into the driver's seat. The motion seemed to take forever, every second stretching out. I put the key in the ignition. My hand was shaking so badly I had trouble getting it into the slot. Behind me, Bailey whimpered, a sound of pure distress. I turned the key. The starter motor ground over once, sluggish, like the battery was weak or cold or both. The sound seemed impossibly loud in the confined space. My teeth clenched so hard my jaw hurt. Come on, come on, come on. Then the engine caught. The van shuddered to life, the diesel motor's familiar clatter filling the air. The headlights punched forward, throwing a cone of bright white light onto the brush and red dirt in front of us. At the very edge of the light, something straightened. It had been crouched or bent, and now it rose up in one smooth motion from the waist, unfolding like a carpenter's ruler. The movement was fast but deliberate, mechanical almost. I couldn't see details, just a shape, a silhouette that the light touched at the edges but didn't fully illuminate. My foot was on the brake, pressed down hard. The engine idled roughly. Behind me, the pressure on the rear doors eased, then stopped. I felt the exact moment it released, felt the panel flex back to its normal position. The bed frame stopped transmitting vibrations. The shape at the edge of the light leaned forward again, slowly this time, like it was studying us, like it was watching to see what we would do next. The posture was wrong, too far forward, balanced in a way that should have been impossible without falling. I put the van in drive. I eased forward, feeding the engine just enough gas to start moving without spinning the tires. The last thing we needed was to dig ourselves into soft dirt and get stuck. The turnout surface was hard-packed, but decades of wind had laid down a layer of fine dust that could betray traction if I wasn't careful. The wash ran along our passenger side. As we moved, the shape moved too. It kept pace with us, staying just outside the full throw of the headlights, a darker mass against the dark. It moved parallel to our path, tracking us through the brush with unnatural fluidity. Then behind us, the Sprinter's headlights blazed to life. The older man didn't hesitate. He came up fast, close enough that his high beams threw our shadow far ahead of us, two white cones of light turning the landscape into harsh blacks and bright whites. He accelerated past on the driver's side, taking the lead position, and angled his vehicle between us and the wash. As he passed, his headlights swept across the wash at full power. For just a moment, maybe half a second, the light caught something braced against a low juniper tree, a shoulder angled wrong. A hand pressed high on a branch, fingers splayed, at a height that made no sense unless the thing attached to that hand was standing on something elevated, or unless it was tall enough that even bent forward it could reach that high. Then the wash went black again as the Sprinter moved ahead. I stayed on his bumper, letting him choose the route back to 89A. He drove with confidence, like he'd done this before, like he knew exactly where to position his vehicle to block the wash from our path. My partner had one hand on the dashboard, the other reaching back to where Bailey was still wedged under the bed. Her heart's racing, she said quietly. Mine was too. I could feel it hammering against my ribs, could taste copper in my mouth, could feel adrenaline making my hands shake on the wheel. As we climbed the shallow rise from the turnout to the highway shoulder, the van gave a small lurch. It felt like the rear end dipped slightly, like weight had been applied to the back bumper or the rear doors. Not a hit, nothing violent, just that same steady pressure I'd felt before, but lighter now, testing us one more time before letting go. Then nothing. The wash dropped away below us, and the smooth asphalt of 89A took over. The Sprinter signaled right and merged onto the highway. I followed, keeping close, and we accelerated together toward Cottonwood. The speedometer climbed 45, 50, 55. The speed limit here was 60, and we held just under it. I checked the mirrors compulsively, unable to stop myself. The darkness behind us looked complete, undifferentiated, just brush and night, and the red glow of our taillights painting everything in shades of crimson. No movement, no shapes, nothing following. But I kept checking anyway. We didn't speak for the first few miles. The white dotted line on the highway became something to focus on, a point of normalcy that I could track with my eyes while my brain tried to process what had happened. The rock walls that make this stretch of highway so beautiful during the day were invisible now, black masses against a black sky. The Sprinter stayed in front, steady and deliberate. The older man never wavered, never slowed except when the highway curved. He drove exactly the way someone would drive if their only goal was to get two vehicles to safety as quickly and efficiently as possible. When the white and blue chevron canopy appeared in the distance, I felt something release in my chest. Light, civilization, People. He pulled into the lot and chose an outside pump. We followed and parked parallel to him, our driver's side facing his. He stepped down from the Sprinter and stood there in his denim jacket and worn work boots. His hands were rough and scarred from years of manual labor. He looked at Bailey, who finally had her head up and was watching him through the window. He gave her a single nod, acknowledging something. He didn't ask if we were okay. He didn't start with pleasantries or small talk. He walked to the back of his Sprinter and pointed at the rear door without saying a word. I got out and walked over, my legs unsteady. There was a smear on his door at shoulder height, oily dark, catching the overhead fluorescent lights in a way that made my stomach turn. Within the smear were 5 faint lines, parallel like finger tracks. The spacing was too wide, the length was too long. "You saw it too," he said, not a question. "Yes." He nodded once, then looked past me toward the dark hills we'd come from. His expression was tired but not surprised. "I've seen it out by Loy Butte, near the wash systems that feed into Oak Creek. It uses them like roads." He paused, making sure I was listening. "Don't camp in the washes. They like the cover." His voice was matter of fact, the way someone talks about rattlesnakes or flash floods, a known danger that you simply avoid if you have any sense. I told him about Bailey hiding under the bed. I told him about the handprint and the smell. He absorbed each detail with small nods, his face unchanging. These weren't new pieces of information to him. They were confirmations of a pattern he already knew. "Good dog," he said, looking at Bailey through my window. That was the only praise he offered, but somehow it felt significant. We thanked him. I wanted to ask his name, wanted to offer mine, wanted some kind of normal human exchange after what we'd been through, but he didn't seem interested in that. He climbed back into his Sprinter without another word and drove off without fueling, his taillights disappearing toward Cottonwood. The parking lot went flat and quiet again. Just us, the fluorescent lights, and the distant sound of traffic on 89. We didn't get back on 89A right away. We sat in the gas station parking lot for 20 minutes, doors locked, engine running, while we tried to figure out what to do. Neither of us wanted to go back to that turnout. Neither of us wanted to find another random spot in the dark. We needed people. We needed lights. We needed normal. Dead Horse Ranch State Park was only a few miles away. I remembered seeing signs for it earlier. It had designated campsites, bathrooms with lights, a pay station, posted rules, all the trappings of managed official camping. We drove there through Cottonwood's empty streets, past closed shops and dark houses. The entrance was obvious even at night, marked with a large wooden sign. We found a site near the front, close to the bathroom facilities. I backed in carefully, making sure the van was level and positioned so the sliding door faced away from the darkness. The bathroom security light threw a wide circle of illumination that just reached our front bumper. As soon as I shut off the engine, Bailey jumped onto the bed and collapsed so completely it was like someone had cut her strings. Her paws twitched as she slept, processing whatever dogs process. I sat there with my hand on her back, counting her breaths, feeling the steady rise and fall of her ribcage. The van cooled slowly. My heartbeat eased back toward normal. My partner made tea on the camp stove, and we drank it without talking much. Outside, the Verda River murmured in the distance, a sound so normal and peaceful it almost felt like mockery. In the morning, after coffee and some semblance of normal routine, I cleaned the passenger window. The handprint was still there, faint but visible, an oily residue that didn't want to come off with just water. I used glass cleaner, and it cut through most of it in a few passes, but not all. I had to scrub. The smell that came off the glass made me step back. Metallic, sharp, like hot copper and something else I couldn't identify. It hung in the air around the seat and the door pocket. I wiped everything down twice, then left the doors open for 20 minutes to let fresh air circulate. The breeze from the river helped. By the time we rolled out to find breakfast, the smell had thinned to almost nothing. Almost. We didn't roadside camp near Sedona again. Not near any wash. Not in that whole region. When we tell people this story, and we do tell it, Sometimes when the conversation goes that direction, we keep it short. We don't embellish. The details are real enough without adding drama. The place exists. You can find that turnout on 89A if you look for it. The wash is there. Our dog hid. The door flexed. An older man in a blue Sprinter helped us without asking questions. That's what happened. If someone doesn't believe it, I don't try to convince them. I don't argue. I don't get defensive. I just shrug and change the subject. But I'll say this, and I mean every word. If your dog won't settle and a wash sits beside your camp like an open pathway, move. Don't analyze it. Don't wait to see if you're being paranoid. Just pack up and move. If the night goes quiet, really quiet, the kind of quiet that feels wrong, move. And if you see a handprint high on your window, positioned where no normal person could reach, with that coin-hot metallic smell, do not wait to see what made it. Do not investigate. Do not convince yourself there's a rational explanation. Start your engine and get back to the road. Some things in the desert are older than roads, older than towns, older than any map or guidebook. They know the washes. They know the dark places between lights. They've been here longer than we have, and they'll be here long after we're gone. Respect that, and stay out of the washes. My name is Wes Calder, and up until about a year ago, I spent nearly half my life leading hunting groups through the backcountry around Aztec, New Mexico. The work suited me. Long stretches of silence punctuated by the crack of a rifle, the satisfied exhaustion of a successful hunt, the honest pay from men who respected the land. After a divorce that took more out of me than I care to admit, I traded guiding elk hunts and mule deer expeditions for selling hardware to weekend warriors at the local supply store. The store smelled of sawdust and motor oil. I spent my days explaining the difference between drill bits and recommending the right gauge wire to contractors I'd known for years. It wasn't exactly thrilling work, but it beat staring at walls in my empty rental house, drinking cheap whiskey alone and waiting for life to turn around. The silence there was different, heavier, more oppressive than any desert night. At least in the backcountry, the quiet felt natural, purposeful. That's why. When Dr. Eileen Graves called from the University of Illinois on a Tuesday afternoon in March of 2017, asking for a guide into the Badlands near Navajo Dam, I said yes faster than I probably should have. The phone had rung just as I was closing up, the fluorescent lights buzzing overhead making my head ache. Her voice was professional, clipped, clearly used to getting what she wanted. It had been months since I'd set foot off trail, and her offer was generous enough that turning it down would have felt like throwing cash into the San Juan River. $300 a day, plus expenses. For someone selling hammers and nails, that was serious money. Eileen was straightforward when she arrived. No nonsense, all business. She was chasing fossils exposed by seasonal runoff, Cretaceous period marine reptiles, she explained. Though I didn't much care about bones older than dirt. I knew the area she had her eyes on, though, a twisted stretch of sandstone ridges and washes locals called Hogback, a place quiet enough to let your imagination run wild if you weren't careful. I'd guided hunters through there twice before, both times feeling an inexplicable urge to leave before sunset. She showed up early on a Friday morning with her research assistant, Jonah Mathers. Jonah was maybe 25. Fresh-faced with wire-rimmed glasses that kept sliding down his nose. He had wide eyes and a nervous way of laughing at things that weren't really funny. Like when I mentioned we'd be 4 hours from the nearest hospital, or when I showed him the first aid kit and made sure he knew how to use the tourniquet. His hands shook slightly as we loaded gear into my truck, and I wondered if he'd ever spent a night outside of a campground with running water and cell service. We shook hands in the parking lot of the hardware store, and I felt how soft his palms were. City hands. We loaded their gear, expensive-looking equipment cases, a portable generator, surveying tools I didn't recognize into my truck, then made the hour drive toward the BLM access road west of the dam. The landscape changed gradually as we drove. Paved roads gave way to gravel, then to dirt tracks barely wide enough for the truck. Civilization fell away behind us like shed skin, It was springtime, which meant rain had carved new patterns into the land, leaving ribbons of exposed rock and freshly scoured creek beds in its wake. Beautiful, but brutal country. If you made a mistake out here, nobody would find you until coyotes and vultures made sure you were beyond recognition. I'd pulled a body out of a wash once 3 years back, a day hiker who'd slipped and broken his ankle. The sun and scavengers had worked him over for a week before anyone noticed he was missing. We parked by the start of a half-erased trail around noon. The sun was already punishing, beating down from a cloudless sky and turning the truck's metal frame into a griddle. I could tell no one had been out here in a long time, maybe years. The official BLM marker was nearly hidden by sagebrush, sun-bleached and unreadable, its wooden post rotted through at the base and listing at a 45-degree angle. "Is this really the trail?" Jonah asked, looking around uneasily. His voice had gone up half an octave. "It used to be," I replied, studying the faint depression in the earth that might have once been a path. "Probably washed out years ago. BLM doesn't maintain this sector anymore. Budget cuts." I felt their hesitation but didn't give it any voice. The truth was, I felt it too. A wrongness in the air, like the land itself was holding its breath. Instead, we loaded our packs with water and essentials, checked our compasses, and started walking. I made them each carry an extra 3 liters of water beyond what they thought they'd need. Jonah complained about the weight until I told him about the hiker with the broken ankle, how he'd drunk his own urine on day 5. The land rolled out before us in eerie silence. Scrubby junipers hunched over cracked earth like arthritic old men, their twisted branches reaching toward nothing. Rock fins jutted from the ground like ribs of some massive buried beast, casting sharp shadows that seemed to move when I wasn't looking directly at them. The air tasted of dust and something else, something metallic and ancient, that settled on my tongue and wouldn't wash away no matter how much water I drank. Every step felt alien, wrong. The ground crunched under our boots with a sound like breaking bones. By the time we found a suitable campsite under an overhanging ledge, shadows were long enough to cloak the hills in premature dusk. We gathered dried branches and scraps of juniper bark to make a fire, and as Jonah and Eileen took notes and photographs, I studied the ground around us with growing unease. Scattered cattle bones, bleached white by sun, lay partially buried near the edge of camp, picked clean but unbroken. There were no signs of claw marks or tooth scrapes, no evidence of scavengers at all. The bones were arranged in a pattern I couldn't quite make sense of, too deliberate to be natural, too subtle to be obviously intentional. It struck me as odd, though I chose not to alarm the others. Strange things happened out here sometimes, and there was rarely a simple explanation that didn't make you sound crazy. Darkness came swiftly, dropping a deep silence over us like a heavy blanket. The fire crackled and popped as we talked briefly about plans for the next day. Eileen explained geological formations excitedly, her hands drawing shapes in the air, while Jonah nodded along, scribbling notes in a leather journal. But my attention kept drifting toward a distant ridge, maybe half a mile north of our camp. Twice I caught myself staring into shadows, each time certain I'd seen a shape against the dim glow of evening sky. Something upright and still, too tall to be a deer, too motionless to be anything natural. I convinced myself it was my eyes playing tricks, my mind filling in blanks with half-remembered fears. The desert did that to people, especially at night. Sleep came hard and shallow. I lay awake staring up at the canopy of stars visible through the juniper branches, listening to Jonah and Eileen's quiet breathing gradually slow and deepen. The temperature dropped fast once the sun was gone, and I could see my breath misting in the firelight. Just as I began to drift off, my body finally surrendering to exhaustion, I heard something, a soft step on dirt and stone. It was careful, slow, rhythmic. My hand tightened around the grip of the revolver beneath my sleeping bag. The metal was cold enough to burn. I listened closer, heart thumping so hard I was sure the others would wake. The steps circled our camp methodically, never varying in pace, never stumbling on the rocky terrain. Whoever or whatever it was moved with a smoothness that bothered me deeply, a steadiness unnatural in this rocky terrain where even I stumbled in full daylight. I sat up slowly, moving with the exaggerated care of someone trying not to wake a sleeping predator. I flicked on my headlamp. The beam swept through shadows, catching only empty desert, juniper branches, rock formations, the pale shapes of those scattered cattle bones. The sound stopped immediately, not gradually, not with a final scuff of heel on stone, but instantly, as if someone had pressed pause on a recording. I sat in tense silence for a long moment, waiting, listening, my ears strained so hard they ached. Nothing moved, nothing breathed, only the faint whisper of wind in the junipers, carrying that metallic taste I'd noticed earlier. Eventually, exhaustion forced me back into my sleeping bag, but my fingers remained curled around the cold metal of my revolver until dawn. Unwilling to trust the darkness fully, I didn't close my eyes again. When dawn finally broke, I sat up slowly, my muscles stiff and aching from the tense, sleepless hours. Every joint protested as I moved. Across the fire pit, Eileen rubbed her eyes, stretching silently as she took in the first hints of daylight creeping over the ridge. The morning sun turned the rocks blood red. "Jonah?" she called softly, glancing toward his sleeping spot. My stomach dropped instantly. That sick feeling you get when you know something is terribly wrong but your brain hasn't caught up yet. Jonah's sleeping bag lay empty, its nylon fabric rumpled and twisted as if he'd left in a hurry, but his boots still sat neatly beside it, untouched. His backpack leaned against a rock exactly where he'd left it. His jacket hung from a juniper branch, swaying slightly in the morning breeze. Eileen stood, stepping closer. "Jonah? You out here?" Her voice had an edge, barely hidden by forced calm. Professional veneer cracking. I rose slowly, scanning the surrounding area, forcing myself to stay steady despite the ice forming in my gut. "Maybe he stepped away," I offered quietly, but my gut said otherwise. My gut was screaming. I crouched by his gear, inspecting it closer. His wallet was still in his jacket pocket. His phone dead battery lay in his boot. Jonah wouldn't have gone far barefoot in this terrain. The desert floor was a minefield of sharp rocks, thorns, and cactus spines. I'd seen grown men reduced to tears trying to walk 50 feet without proper footwear. We spread out, calling his name louder each time. Each unanswered shout echoed through the canyons, bouncing back mockingly until it died away in the distance. "Jonah!" Eileen's voice cracked. "Jonah, this isn't funny." I carefully studied the ground, looking for tracks or scuffs, anything that might give us a direction. But the desert floor revealed only faint disturbances too vague to follow reliably. Marks that could have been footprints or could have been wind-blown debris or could have been nothing at all. Finally, after nearly an hour of fruitless searching, I caught sight of something through my binoculars. Just a smudge at first, something upright among the juniper bushes down in a narrow ravine about 200 yards below our camp. I hesitated, adjusted the focus, and felt every hair on my body stand up at once. "Eileen," I called, voice dry as sand. "Down here." She came quickly, following my pointing hand. We scrambled down a rocky embankment, slipping on loose gravel until we reached the bottom. My boots sent small avalanches of stone clattering ahead of us. Ahead of us stood Jonah, or rather Jonah's body, positioned stiffly against the twisted trunk of a juniper tree. His shoulders were squared awkwardly, head tilted to an unnatural angle. The posture was impossible. Bones couldn't bend like that without breaking, and yet Jonah stood upright, as if at attention. "Oh God," Eileen whispered, the words barely audible. I stepped closer, fighting nausea that rose in waves. His eyes had been removed, the sockets empty, dry and clean, staring blindly toward the sky. No blood, no fluids, just absence. But worse was the complete lack of blood, wounds, or tracks around him. Nothing disturbed the dust. It was as though he'd simply appeared here, placed like a mannequin in a store window. His skin had a waxy quality, pale and artificial. His lips were slightly parted, and I could see his tongue was gone too. His fingernails were missing, all removed with surgical precision, leaving no mess, no evidence. "Oh God," Eileen whispered again, voice barely audible, shaking. What could have done this? I shook my head slowly, unwilling to guess aloud. I'd seen animal kills plenty. Mountain lions that crushed skulls with their jaws. Bears that tore bodies apart looking for the fatty organs. But nothing like this. Nothing that placed bodies like statues, stripped clean without any trace of violence or feeding. Nothing that took only specific parts and left the rest arranged just so. "We need to get out of here," I said firmly, pulling gently on her arm, guiding her away. "Now." Eileen stumbled numbly beside me, silent as we climbed back toward camp. The bright daylight did little to ease the dread sitting in my chest, heavy and suffocating like a stone. When we reached our site, I immediately started packing, jamming gear hastily into bags. My hands moved on autopilot. I avoided looking at Jonah's untouched belongings, the empty sleeping bag that now seemed sickeningly ominous, his glasses lying on a flat rock where he'd left them before bed. Eileen stood quietly, shaking, staring at the ground as if reality was too difficult to process. Tears ran down her face, but she made no sound. Just stood there, trembling. I'd nearly finished packing when she let out a low, breathless gasp. "Wes, look." Across the dry wash silhouetted against the distant sandstone ridge, someone was walking toward us, naked, moving slowly, step by step through the brush with that same deliberate rhythm I'd heard circling our camp in the darkness. My pulse quickened painfully. The shape was familiar, too familiar. "It's Jonah," Eileen murmured, barely breathing. Her voice held a desperate hope that made my stomach turn. "No," I said, trying to sound calm, but my voice betrayed my disbelief. "It can't be." But the figure moved closer, slow and deliberate, revealing a tall frame and gangly limbs matching Jonah exactly. Same height, same build, same slightly stooped posture he'd had from hunching over books and microscopes. It paused at the edge of visibility, maybe 100 yards away, the harsh daylight somehow failing to bring it into sharp focus. And then the face tilted up slightly into view, causing a surge of pure revulsion to twist my insides. It wasn't Jonah, not truly. The features were stretched too long, the proportions wrong in ways I couldn't articulate but felt in my bones. The smile was twisted into something impossible, inhuman, too wide, showing too many teeth. The eyes' dark, empty pits seemed to fix directly on me with an intelligence that was cold and hungry. My hand moved instinctively to the revolver on my belt. The leather holster snap sounded loud in the silence. As if recognizing this action, the figure stepped silently back into the junipers, disappearing without another sound. No crunch of gravel, no rustle of branches, just gone, like it had never been there at all. Neither of us spoke. What was there to say? We'd both seen it. There was no sleeping after that. We sat by the fire. I'd rekindled it with shaking hands, needing the light, hearts pounding, eyes wide open, waiting desperately for dawn. Every sound made us flinch. Every shadow seemed to move. We didn't wait for full sunrise before breaking camp. The sky was still gray, that pre-dawn twilight that makes everything look flat and lifeless. My hands trembled as I stuffed gear into packs, abandoning anything unnecessary, water and weapons. Everything else could stay. Eileen barely moved, her face pale, eyes hollow and glassy as she silently watched me work. She'd stopped crying. That worried me more than the tears had. The revolver felt reassuringly heavy on my hip, but my mind kept flashing back to the impossible shape we'd seen in the distance. Jonah, or whatever, had taken his form. It had vanished without sound or trace. My grip tightened involuntarily on the pack straps. "Stay close," I told Eileen firmly, my voice rough from sleepless tension. "Don't stop for anything. Don't look back. If I tell you to run, you run. Understand?" She nodded once, eyes still vacant, following me numbly as I led us back along the faint remnants of our entry trail. We moved quickly, too quickly for the terrain. The morning sun rose hot, turning rock into ovens and baking away the night's chill. Within an hour, we were both drenched in sweat despite the dry air. Hours passed in an exhausting blur, but something was wrong. The terrain wasn't right. Familiar landmarks seemed distorted, shifted. Washes had changed course. Ridges blurred together. That distinctive rock formation I'd used as a marker, it was gone, or we'd somehow passed it without noticing. My compass still pointed north, but nothing else made sense. Sweat stung my eyes. We had overshot our trailhead badly, forced deeper into the Badlands by the maze of twisting sandstone fins and sheer cliffs that appeared where they shouldn't be. Eileen stumbled behind me, slipping frequently as dehydration took its toll. She was fading quickly, and panic started gnawing at the edge of my resolve. We were going in circles, I was sure of it, but I couldn't tell her that. Just as I prepared myself to stop, to figure out some way to find water or shade before we both died out here. The distant rumble of an engine echoed faintly through the canyon. We froze, listening. It couldn't be real. Nobody came out here. Nobody. An old dust-covered ranch truck crested a ridge and came bumping along an unmarked service road toward us. Its faded paint and battered fenders unmistakably local. A Diné man, older, with the weather-beaten face of someone who'd spent decades in this country. I waved frantically, relief flooding through my chest so intensely my knees nearly buckled. The vehicle rolled to a stop beside us. The driver's window lowered slowly, revealing the lined face of the old man. His dark eyes briefly flicked toward the revolver on my hip, then to our faces, reading the terror there like a book he'd read before. Then he silently gestured for us to get in. No questions, no surprise. We climbed inside. I collapsed onto the cracked leather seat, breathing raggedly. The air conditioning didn't work, but just being in an enclosed space with another human being felt like salvation. He said nothing, his lined face expressionless, eyes fixed straight ahead as we drove. I opened my mouth several times, questions bubbling in my throat. How did you find us? Did you see anything out there? What the hell is happening? But the set of his jaw kept me quiet. We drove in silence, miles passing beneath us until we were far beyond the shadowed ridges of Hogback. The landscape gradually became more familiar, more normal. Signs of human habitation started to appear. Fence lines, cattle, tire tracks that weren't our own. Finally, the old man cleared his throat softly, breaking the silence that had filled the cab like water. His voice was low, each word carefully chosen, weighted with meaning. That wash doesn't get used anymore. Not since the last cattle were torn up down there. He turned slightly, his dark eyes meeting mine briefly in the rearview mirror. That thing walks in daylight now. I swallowed hard, fighting a rising nausea. He continued slowly, almost reluctantly, like he was violating some unspoken rule by speaking of it at all. You didn't shoot at it, did you? No, I whispered hoarsely, my throat dry as sand, raw from calling Jonah's name. Good. He nodded once, eyes back on the road ahead. Never aim at something that doesn't leave tracks. He didn't speak again until we pulled into a gas station near Blanco. The truck idled noisily as we climbed out, my legs unsteady beneath me. Before I could thank him, before I could ask what he knew or how he'd found us, he drove off, leaving a cloud of dust swirling in his wake. I stood there watching until the truck disappeared, wondering if I'd imagined the whole thing. Eileen left town that night. We didn't exchange numbers or speak again, as if each blamed the other for what we'd seen, for what had happened to Jonah, for surviving when he didn't. The university sent a search and rescue team a week later. They found his body still positioned against that juniper tree, exactly as we'd left it. The official report called it exposure and scavenger activity, which made me laugh, a hard, bitter sound that scared me when it came out of my mouth. A week after that, I piled every piece of gear I owned into a rusted metal drum behind the hardware store and lit it all on fire. Maps, compass, sleeping bags, tent, the backpack I'd carried for 15 years, all of it burned until nothing remained but ash and metal buckles glowing dull red in fading twilight. The smell of burning nylon and canvas filled the parking lot. I never guided again, and I never went back to Hogback. Sometimes, late at night when I can't sleep, I think about that thing circling our camp, about Jonah standing against that tree, about the figure that walked toward us wearing his shape like a stolen coat, and I think about what the old Diné man said. Never aim at something that doesn't leave tracks. I sold the hardware store last month. Moving to Colorado next week. Someplace with trees and people and noise. Someplace where silence doesn't feel like a threat. Because out here in the desert, in the quiet places where the land hasn't been touched in centuries, something old still walks. Something that knows how to wait. Something that knows how to wear the faces of the dead. And it's always watching. Always waiting. Always hungry. The acrid scent of burnt coffee filled my small cabin as I stared out the window, watching the first light of dawn creep over the jagged peaks of Glacier National Park. It was July 1994, and I'd been a park ranger here for nearly a decade. My name is Thaddeus Stone, and at 38 years old I'd grown more comfortable among towering pines and rugged trails than I ever felt on crowded city streets. I grimaced as I took a sip from my chipped mug, the lukewarm instant coffee hardly deserving of the name, contemplating whether the congealed mass of instant oatmeal cooling on my countertop could legally be called breakfast. I found myself longing for the simplicity of a campfire meal under the stars. That was my idea of a perfect night out. No fancy restaurants or clubs, just the whisper of wind through leaves and the crackle of burning wood. The radio on my belt crackled to life, startling me from my reverie. "Thad, you there? We've got a situation." It was Warden Jensen, his usually calm voice tinged with worry. "Go ahead, Jensen." "What's the problem?" I responded, already reaching for my pack. Solo hiker reported missing. Amelia Cross, 26. She was due back yesterday evening. Last seen heading towards Iceberg Lake. I felt a knot form in my stomach. Missing person cases weren't uncommon in a wilderness this vast, but something about Jensen's tone set me on edge. "Any signs of foul play?" "Negative. But her car's still in the lot, and she hasn't checked in at any of the shelters." "I've got a bad feeling about this one, Thad." "Copy that. I'm heading out now. Send me her last known coordinates." I quickly laced up my boots and double-checked my pack. Extra water, first aid kit, emergency blanket, flares, the usual gear for a search and rescue. As I stepped outside, the crisp mountain air hit my lungs, and I took a deep breath, trying to shake off the growing sense of unease. The trail to Iceberg Lake was familiar territory, a moderately difficult hike that attracted its fair share of tourists and experienced backpackers alike. But as I set off, something felt different. The forest, usually teeming with life, seemed unnaturally still. Even the ever-present birdsong was muted, as if the entire ecosystem was holding its breath. "Get a grip, Thad," I muttered to myself, trying to dispel the creeping dread. "You're letting Jensen's worry get to you." About an hour into the hike, I spotted something glinting just off the trail. Crouching down, I found a delicate silver necklace tangled in a low-hanging branch. It looked new, out of place among the rough vegetation. I carefully untangled it and slipped it into my pocket, the sinking feeling in my gut intensifying. I keyed my radio. "Jensen, I found what looks like the missing hiker's necklace near mile marker 8. No other signs yet." "Copy that, Thad. Keep your eyes peeled and stay in radio contact." As I pressed on, the forest seemed to grow denser, the canopy above knitting together to block out more and more sunlight. The temperature dropped noticeably, and I found myself zipping up my jacket against the unexpected chill. That's when I saw it, a clearing I didn't recognize despite having hiked this trail countless times. In the center stood an old cabin, its weathered planks gray with age, listing to one side as if exhausted by the weight of years. "What the hell?" I whispered, approaching cautiously. "This structure wasn't on any of our maps. It shouldn't be here." I knocked on the door, my voice echoing unnaturally in the stillness. "Hello? Amelia? Are you in there?" No response. The door creaked open at my touch, revealing a room coated in dust and cobwebs. But there, on a rickety table, sat a fresh apple with a single bite taken out of it. The hairs on the back of my neck stood up. Something was very, very wrong here. A soft rustling sound behind me made me spin around, heart pounding. "Amelia?" I called out again, my voice embarrassingly shaky. What emerged from the shadows was decidedly not human. At first glance, it seemed to be some kind of animal, moving on all fours with the fluid grace of a predator. But as I stared, unable to look away, I realized this was like no creature I'd ever encountered in all my years in the wilderness. Its body was a nightmarish amalgamation. The sinewy build of a mountain lion mixed with the lithe form of a deer, covered in fur that seemed to shift colors, blending seamlessly with the forest backdrop. But it was the face that froze the blood in my veins, elongated like a horse's muzzle, but with eyes that were unmistakably owl-like, large, unblinking, and filled with an unsettling intelligence. We stood there, locked in a silent standoff, for what felt like an eternity. Every instinct screamed at me to run, but my legs refused to cooperate. The creature tilted its head, regarding me with an almost human curiosity. "Well," I heard myself say, my voice barely above a whisper, "this definitely isn't in the park brochure." In a blur of motion too fast for my eyes to track, the creature lunged, not at me, but past me, vanishing into the trees with impossible speed. I stumbled backward, my heart threatening to burst from my chest. Gulping in ragged breaths, I fumbled for my radio with trembling hands. "Jensen," I gasped, "we've got a big problem." Only static answered my call. I stared at my radio in disbelief, willing it to crackle to life. Nothing but static. "Great," I muttered, because being alone in the woods with something wasn't creepy enough. Gathering my wits, I decided to mark the cabin's location on my map. As I fumbled with my pack, I noticed something unsettling. The trees around me seemed different. The familiar trail markers were distorted, some twisted beyond recognition, others faded as if they'd been there for decades. "Get a grip, Thad," I told myself, but the panic was already nibbling at the edges of my mind. It was as if the forest had rearranged itself while I wasn't looking. With nightfall approaching, I knew I needed to find my way back, or at least locate a safe place to set up camp. I pressed on, hoping to stumble upon something familiar. Instead, I found another clearing, this one housing a circle of stones with faintly glowing embers at its center. Someone, or something, had been here recently. "Hello?" I called out, my voice sounding small in the vast silence. "Is anyone there?" The forest seemed to absorb my words, offering no response. Then, just as I was about to move on, I heard it, a scream. Sharp, terrified, and undoubtedly human. It had to be Amelia. Without thinking, I sprinted toward the sound, branches whipping at my face as I crashed through the underbrush. I burst into yet another clearing, and there she was, Amelia Cross, backed against a rock face, her eyes wide with fear. Between us stood the creature from the cabin, its hackles raised, looking far more aggressive than before. Acting on instinct, I grabbed a fallen branch and lit the end with my lighter, creating a makeshift torch. "Get away from her," I shouted, waving the flame. The creature hissed, a chilling sound that seemed to vibrate the very air around us. It began to circle, its owl-like eyes reflecting the firelight in an eerie dance. "Thad," Amelia cried, her voice trembling, "what is that thing?" "No idea," I replied, trying to keep my voice steady, "but I don't think it wants an autograph." I matched the creature's movements, keeping the torch between us. "Any chance you can run?" "I'm not leaving you," she said, gripping a small pocket knife like it was a lifeline. "Chivalry's overrated. On my mark, head for that gap in the trees." She nodded, tensing for action. 3, 2, 1, go. I swung the torch in a wide arc, and we bolted. The creature's snarl behind us was like nothing I'd ever heard before, part wildcat, part something altogether alien. It spurred us to run faster than I thought possible. The forest blurred around us as we dodged trees and leapt over roots. Just when I thought my lungs would burst, we stumbled onto a familiar trail. Up ahead I spotted an old ranger station, long abandoned, but possibly our best chance at safety. "In there," I pointed, and we made a desperate dash for the dilapidated structure. We barreled through the door, slamming it shut behind us. Working together, we managed to push a heavy old filing cabinet in front of it, barricading ourselves in. Outside, we could hear the creature prowling, its claws scratching at the walls. Amelia looked at me, her breathing ragged. "Got any more bright ideas?" I managed a weak smile. "Working on it. Maybe it doesn't like knock-knock jokes." To my surprise, she actually laughed. Seriously, though in this case, maybe a flamethrower would be better. As if in response, a window shattered as the creature slammed against it. Time was running out. I rummaged through the dusty cabinets, hoping against hope to find something useful. My hand closed around something solid, a flare gun. Next to it, a rusted first aid kit. Not much, but it would have to do. "All right, plan B," I said, loading the flare gun. "Which is improvise." I waited, timing my shot carefully. As the creature forced its head through the broken window, I fired. The flare struck its shoulder, igniting its fur. It let out an ear-piercing screech and retreated into the darkness. "That won't hold it off for long," I said, grabbing Amelia's hand. "We need to move." We slipped out the back of the station and made a beeline for the main road. The sounds of the forest had become a cacophony. The creature's wails mixed with the rustling of disturbed wildlife. Finally, mercifully, we reached the gravel road where my truck was parked. We jumped in, and I didn't waste time with seatbelts. The engine roared to life, and we sped away, the darkness of the forest receding in our rearview mirror. The drive back to park headquarters was a blur of adrenaline and fear. Amelia sat beside me, her knuckles white as she gripped the dashboard. Neither of us spoke. What could we possibly say that would make sense of what we'd just experienced? As we pulled into the parking lot, I finally broke the silence. "Are you hurt? We should get you checked out." Amelia shook her head. "Just some scrapes and bruises. I'm fine." She paused, then looked at me with wide eyes. "Thad, what was that thing?" I sighed, running a hand through my hair. "I wish I knew. In all my years here, I've never seen anything like it." We made our way into the main office, where Warden Jensen was waiting. The relief on his face quickly turned to concern as he took in our battered appearance. "What happened out there?" he demanded. "You two look like you've been through hell." I took a deep breath and began to recount our encounter. As I spoke, I could see the skepticism growing on Jensen's face. When I finished, he shook his head. "A creature that's part mountain lion, part deer, with owl eyes? Come on, Thad. You know how crazy that sounds, right?" "I know what I saw," I insisted. Amelia saw it too. This wasn't just some bear or mountain lion. Jensen turned to Amelia. "Is this true? You saw this thing?" She nodded emphatically. Every word. It was like nothing I've ever seen before. It wasn't natural. The warden sighed, pinching the bridge of his nose. "Look, I believe that you both believe what you're saying, but without any evidence, there's not much we can do. I'll file the report, but don't expect any action." Frustration bubbled up inside me. "So we're just supposed to ignore this? People could be in danger." "We'll increase patrols in that area," Jensen conceded. "But unless we find some concrete proof, our hands are tied. For now, both of you should go home and get some rest. We can talk more tomorrow." As we left the office, I could feel the weight of disbelief settling over us. We knew what we'd seen, but how could we prove it? "What now?" Amelia asked as we stood in the parking lot. I thought for a moment. "Now we do our own digging. There has to be some explanation for what's out there. And if the higher-ups won't take it seriously, we'll have to find a way to protect people ourselves." She nodded, a determined look in her eyes. "I'm in. Whatever that thing is, we can't let it hurt anyone else." As we parted ways, I couldn't shake the feeling that this was only the beginning. Something ancient and dangerous had awakened in our forest, and I had a sinking feeling that it wasn't going to simply disappear. That night, as I lay in bed staring at the ceiling, the creature's otherworldly eyes haunted my thoughts. Sleep eluded me as my mind raced, trying to make sense of the impossible. One thing was certain: nothing in Glacier National Park would ever be the same again. The next few days were a blur of research and covert investigations. Amelia and I had agreed to keep our encounter quiet while we sought answers, not wanting to alarm the public or risk being labeled as crazy by our colleagues. I spent hours poring over old park records, local legends, and any scrap of information I could find that might explain what we'd seen. The park's small library became my second home, its musty shelves holding secrets I was desperate to uncover. One name kept appearing in my research: the Wendigo, a malevolent spirit from Algonquin folklore, said to possess an insatiable hunger, but the descriptions didn't quite match what we'd encountered. The Wendigo was typically portrayed as a gaunt, skeletal creature, not the bizarre hybrid we'd seen. Late one night, as I was about to call it quits, I stumbled upon an old journal tucked away in a box of uncatalogued items. It belonged to a ranger from the 1920s, and as I flipped through the yellowed pages, my heart began to race. The ranger wrote of encounters with a creature he called the Skinwalker, a shapeshifter that could mimic human voices to lure its prey. His descriptions were chillingly similar to what Amelia and I had experienced. I immediately called Amelia, my voice hushed despite being alone in the library. "I think I found something," I said when she answered. "Can you meet me at the coffee shop in an hour?" An hour later, we sat in a quiet corner of the nearly empty cafe, the journal open between us. "A skinwalker," Amelia mused, her finger tracing the faded ink. "It fits, doesn't it? The way it moved, how it seemed to blend with the forest." I nodded. "And look at this part. He mentions the creature setting up false shelters to trap hikers. That could explain the cabin we found." "But why now?" Amelia asked. "If this thing has been around for so long, why haven't there been more sightings?" I shook my head. "I don't know. Maybe it hibernates for long periods. Or maybe what? Maybe we woke it up somehow. The park's been expanding its trails. There's been more construction. What if we disturbed something we shouldn't have?" The implications of that thought hung heavy between us. If we had inadvertently awakened this creature, we were responsible for whatever happened next. "We need to warn people," Amelia said, her voice firm. I sighed. "We tried that, remember? Jensen and the others think we're seeing things. We need proof." "Then let's get some," she replied, a determined glint in her eye. "We go back out there, properly prepared this time. Cameras, better weapons, the works." "It's dangerous," I warned. "So is letting that thing roam free in a national park full of unsuspecting hikers." She had a point. We spent the next hour planning our expedition, agreeing to meet in 2 days with all the necessary equipment. As we left the cafe, a prickly feeling on the back of my neck made me turn. Across the street, half hidden in the shadows, I caught a glimpse of something watching us. But when I blinked, it was gone. "Did you see that?" I asked Amelia. She frowned. "See what?" I shook my head. "Nothing. Probably just my imagination." But as we parted ways, I couldn't shake the feeling that we were being watched, and that our search for answers might be leading us into something far more dangerous than we could have imagined. 2 days later, Amelia and I stood at the trailhead, our packs laden with gear. We had cameras, extra batteries, GPS devices, and even a pair of tranquilizer guns I'd borrowed from the park's wildlife management team. It wasn't exactly by the book, but given what we were potentially facing, I figured bending a few rules was justified. "Ready?" I asked, double-checking the safety on my tranq gun. Amelia nodded, her face a mix of determination and apprehension. "As I'll ever be. Let's find this thing and put an end to whatever's going on." We set off down the trail, our senses hyper-alert. The forest seemed different now, charged with an energy I'd never noticed before. Every snapping twig, every rustle of leaves set us on edge. As we approached the area where we'd first encountered the creature, the air grew noticeably colder. A mist began to curl around our feet, despite the warm summer day. "Thad," Amelia whispered, pointing ahead. "Look, there, carved into a massive pine, was a symbol, a circle with an intricate pattern inside. It looked ancient, the bark having grown around the edges of the carving." "I've never seen that before," I said. running my hand over the symbol. It's not any trail marking I'm familiar with. Amelia snapped a few photos. It almost looks like some kind of ward or protection symbol. As if in response to her words, a low growl emanated from the forest around us. We spun, backs to each other, trank guns at the ready. "Show yourself," I called out, trying to keep the tremor out of my voice. The growl came again, this time from a different direction. It was toying with us. Suddenly, a figure burst from the underbrush. But it wasn't the creature. It was a man, wild-eyed and disheveled, his clothes tattered. "Run!" he screamed. "It's coming!" Before we could react, the man was yanked back into the forest by an unseen force, his scream cut short. Amelia and I exchanged a horrified look. "We have to help him," she said. I nodded, and we plunged into the forest after the man. The undergrowth seemed to reach out to impede our progress, branches clawing at our clothes and skin. We burst into a clearing and stopped short. There, in the center, stood the cabin, the same impossible cabin we'd encountered before, but this time it looked alive. The wood pulsed with an otherworldly energy, and the windows glowed with an eerie light. "This isn't possible," Amelia breathed. A scream from inside the cabin spurred us into action. We approached cautiously, weapons raised. The door swung open of its own accord, revealing an interior that defied logic. The room stretched on far longer than the exterior of the cabin should have allowed, twisting and warping in impossible ways. And there, at the far end, was the creature. It stood on its hind legs now, easily 8 feet tall. In one clawed hand, it held the man we'd seen. He dangled limply, like a rag doll. The creature's owl-like eyes fixed on us, and a voice that was not quite sound but more like a thought pushed into our minds. "You should not have come back." I raised my tranq gun, but before I could fire, the creature made a gesture with its free hand. The gun turned to dust in my grasp. "Your weapons are useless here," the voice in our heads continued. "This is my domain." "What are you?" Amelia demanded, her voice shaking but defiant. The creature tilted its head, regarding us with what almost seemed like amusement. "I am ancient. I am hunger. I am the forest, and the shadow, and the spaces between your thoughts." It took a step toward us, the man still dangling from its grip. "You humans have forgotten the old ways, forgotten to fear the dark. But I will remind you." As it spoke, the cabin around us began to shift and warp even more dramatically. Reality itself seemed to be unraveling at the seams. "We have to get out of here," I said, grabbing Amelia's arm. But as we turned to flee, we found the door had vanished. We were trapped. The creature's laughter echoed in our minds as the world dissolved into chaos around us. In that moment, I realized we had stumbled into something far beyond our understanding, and escaping it might be impossible. Time lost all meaning as we stood in that impossible cabin. The walls breathed and pulsed, reality bending and twisting like a funhouse mirror. The creature, if we could even call it that anymore, loomed over us, its form constantly shifting between the hybrid animal we'd first seen and something far more alien and terrifying. "What do you want from us?" I managed to ask, my voice sounding distant and distorted in the warped space. The being's response reverberated through our minds. "Want? I do not want. I simply am. You humans, with your desires and fears, you cannot comprehend existence without want." Amelia, her face pale but determined, stepped forward. "Then why are you here? Why now?" A sound like grinding stone filled the air, the creature's approximation of laughter. "I have always been here, little one, in the shadows of your campfires, in the whispers of the wind through ancient trees. It is you who have encroached upon my domain, you who have forgotten the old ways." The man in the creature's grasp stirred, letting out a weak moan. The being's attention snapped to him, its eyes glowing with an otherworldly hunger. "Stop," I shouted, desperation clear in my voice. "Let him go. Take me instead." The creature's gaze returned to me, curiosity evident in its alien features. "Noble but foolish, you cannot bargain with the inevitable." Suddenly, The cabin began to shake violently. Cracks appeared in the warped reality around us, slivers of the normal world visible through the fissures. The being hissed, its form becoming less stable. "No, this is my realm." Amelia grabbed my arm. "Thad, look, the symbol." I followed her gaze and saw the same circular pattern we'd found carved in the tree now glowing on the cabin's far wall. It pulsed with a soft light, growing brighter with each tremor that shook the structure. Understanding dawned. "It's a ward," I breathed. "It's fighting back against whatever this thing is doing." The creature roared, a sound that threatened to shatter our sanity. It released the man, who crumpled to the floor, and lunged for the glowing symbol. "Now," Amelia yelled. We rushed forward, grabbing the unconscious man and dragging him toward one of the cracks in reality. The world around us was collapsing, the impossible geometry of the cabin folding in on itself. With a final desperate heave, we threw ourselves and the rescued man through the narrowing fissure. We tumbled onto hard-packed earth, the sound of the forest rushing back into focus. Behind us, the cabin imploded with a thunderous crash, leaving nothing but a scorched circle in the clearing. For a long moment we lay there, gasping for breath, our minds struggling to process what had just happened. The man we'd rescued groaned, slowly regaining consciousness. Is it over?" Amelia asked, her voice barely above a whisper. I looked around, taking in the normal, sunlit forest. "I think so, for now at least." But even as I said the words, I couldn't shake the feeling that this was far from over. We had glimpsed something ancient and terrifying, something that defied our understanding of reality itself, and I had a sinking feeling it wouldn't give up so easily. The next few days passed in a blur of debriefings, medical examinations, and sleepless nights. The man we'd rescued, who identified himself as Dr. Ethan Holbrook, turned out to be a folklorist who had come to Glacier National Park to investigate local legends. He'd been missing for over a week. As we sat in Warden Jensen's office recounting our experiences, I could see the disbelief warring with concern on the warden's face. "I want to believe you," Jensen said, rubbing his temples. "But what you're describing, it's impossible." Dr. Holbrook leaned forward, his eyes intense. "With all due respect, Warden, what they're describing aligns perfectly with centuries of folklore and reported encounters. The skinwalker, the wendigo, the forest spirit, these are all manifestations of something older, something that predates our understanding of the natural world." Jensen sighed. "Even if I believed all this, what am I supposed to do? I can't exactly put out an alert for a shape-shifting, reality-warping forest monster. We need to protect people," Amelia insisted. "Close off that section of the park, at least temporarily." After hours of debate, we reached a compromise. The area where we'd encountered the being would be closed for environmental assessment, and patrols would be increased throughout the park. As we left the office, Dr. Holbrook pulled Amelia and me aside. "There's more to this than I let on in there," he said in a low voice. "That symbol you saw, the one that seemed to weaken the entity, I've seen it before in my research. It's part of a much larger pattern, a kind of containment system, if you will." "Containment system?" I asked, intrigued despite my exhaustion. Holbrook nodded. "Ancient tribes understood the power of these beings. They created a network of wards and symbols to keep them in check. But over time, as people forgot the old ways, the system started to break down," Amelia finished, realization dawning on her face. "Exactly," Holbrook confirmed. "And with increased human activity in these once remote areas, I felt a chill run down my spine. We're waking them up." The implications were staggering. If this was happening here, could similar entities be stirring in other wilderness areas around the world? "What can we do?" I asked. Holbrook's expression was grim. "We need to learn more, understand the old systems, find a way to reinforce them. And most importantly, we need to be prepared, because I have a feeling this is only the beginning." As we parted ways, I couldn't shake the feeling that our lives had irrevocably changed. We had glimpsed a world beyond our understanding, and now we bore the responsibility of that knowledge. That night, As I lay in bed staring at the ceiling, I made a decision. I would dedicate myself to understanding what we'd encountered, to protecting others from the dangers lurking in the shadows of our world. It wouldn't be easy, and it might cost me everything, but I knew I had no choice. The forest had revealed its secrets to us, and there was no going back. In the months that followed our encounter, life in Glacier National Park took on a surreal quality. On the surface, everything appeared normal. Tourists came and went, wildlife thrived, and the seasons changed with their usual indifference to human concerns. But for those of us who knew the truth, every rustling leaf and shadowy glen held the potential for terror. Amelia, Dr. Holbrook, and I formed an unofficial team, dedicating our free time to researching the entity and the ancient systems meant to contain it. We pored over old texts, interviewed tribal elders when they were willing to speak to us, and mapped out the locations of known symbols throughout the park. Our work didn't go unnoticed. One evening, as I was locking up the ranger station, a sleek black car pulled into the parking lot. A woman in a crisp suit stepped out, her demeanor screaming government agent. "Ranger Stone," she called out. "I'm Agent Larson. We need to talk." My heart raced as I followed her to a nearby picnic area. Was this it? Were we about to be shut down, told to forget everything we'd seen? To my surprise, Agent Larson's first words were, "We know what you saw in the forest, Mr. Stone, and we need your help." She went on to explain that she represented a clandestine organization dedicated to investigating and containing supernatural threats. They had been aware of the entity in Glacier National Park for some time, but had lacked the local knowledge and connection to effectively study it. "We've been watching you and your friends," Larson said. "Your dedication, your discretion, it's impressive. We'd like to bring you into the fold officially." It was a lot to process. On one hand, the idea that there was an entire organization dedicated to dealing with these phenomena was reassuring. On the other, the implications were terrifying. How many other entities were out there, hidden from public view? "What exactly would this entail?" I asked cautiously. "You'd continue your work here, but with our resources and support," Larson explained. "We'd also train you to deal with other potential threats. In return, you'd report your findings to us and assist with containment efforts when necessary." I thought of Amelia and Dr. Holbrook, of the responsibility we'd taken on. "I need to discuss this with my team," I said. Larson nodded, handing me a business card. "Take your time, but not too much time. Things are stirring, Mr. Stone. Not just here, but in wild places all over the world. We need all the help we can get." As I watched her drive away, I felt a mix of emotions: fear, excitement, and a deep sense of purpose. We had stumbled upon something vast and terrifying, but we weren't alone in facing it. That night I called Amelia and Holbrook, filling them in on the meeting. We talked late into the night, weighing our options, considering the risks and responsibilities. By dawn, we had reached a decision. We would accept Larson's offer, stepping into a world few knew existed. It wouldn't be easy, and the dangers were real, but we had seen too much to turn back now. As the first light of day painted the mountains in gold, I stood on my porch, looking out at the forest I had sworn to protect. It was still beautiful, still awe-inspiring, but now I saw it with new eyes. Behind the majestic vistas and serene lakes lurked ancient forces beyond human comprehension. But we would face them, armed with knowledge, supported by a network of like-minded individuals. We would stand as guardians between two worlds. The forest had changed us, revealed its darkest secrets. Now it was up to us to ensure those secrets didn't consume the unsuspecting world beyond. As I sipped my morning coffee, I allowed myself a small smile. Whatever came next, whatever horrors we might face, I knew one thing for certain: life as a park ranger was about to get a lot more interesting. The old pickup truck rumbled down the dirt road, headlights cutting through the pre-dawn darkness. Brett Radford gripped the steering wheel, his knuckles white, as he navigated the familiar twists and turns leading to the Deep Creek wilderness. The cab smelled of gun oil and coffee, a scent that usually brought comfort but now did little to calm his nerves. Brett glanced at his passenger, Sam Kearns, who was slumped against the window, snoring softly. Friends since high school, they'd been on countless hunting trips together, but this one felt different. There was a heaviness in Brett's chest that he couldn't shake, a feeling that had taken root months ago when his mother passed and hadn't let up since. As the first hints of dawn began to color the sky, Brett's mind wandered to the farmhouse he'd left behind, the creaky porch swing where his mom used to sit, the fields that needed tending, the stack of unpaid bills on the kitchen table. It all weighed on him, threatening to crush him under their collective mass. "This trip will help," he muttered to himself, though the words rang hollow in the quiet cab. "Just need to clear my head." The truck hit a particularly deep pothole, jolting Sam awake. He blinked blearily, rubbing his eyes. "We there yet?" Brett shook his head. "Another mile or so. How'd you sleep?" Sam yawned, stretching as much as the cramped cab would allow. "Like a baby. You look like hell, though. Did you get any rest?" Brett's lips tightened into a thin line. He hadn't, in fact, slept more than a couple of hours. The nightmares had come again, visions of his mother's pale face in the hospital bed, of the farm withering away, of himself drowning in a sea of golden wheat. But he wasn't about to burden Sam with all that. "I'm fine," he lied, forcing a smile that didn't reach his eyes. "Just eager to get out there." Sam nodded, but Brett could feel his friend's worried gaze. They'd known each other too long for Sam not to see through the facade, but he mercifully chose not to press the issue. The truck rounded a final bend, and the entrance to the Deep Creek wilderness came into view. A weathered wooden sign, half hidden by overgrown bushes, marked the spot where they'd leave civilization behind. Brett felt a mixture of relief and apprehension as he pulled off to the side of the road and cut the engine. For a moment they sat in silence, listening to the tick of the cooling engine and the chorus of early morning birds. The forest loomed before them, a wall of green that seemed to swallow all sound and light. Brett had always loved these woods, but today they felt different, oppressive almost. "You sure about this place?" Sam asked, his voice unusually hesitant. "We haven't been here in years. Might be better to stick to our usual spot." Brett shook his head, already reaching for the door handle. "Nah, we need something different. Besides, game's been scarce lately. This far out, we're bound to find something." They climbed out of the truck, the cool morning air nipping at their skin. Brett took a deep breath, trying to let the earthy scent of the forest calm his nerves. He busied himself with unloading their gear: rifles, backpacks, a small cooler of provisions. The familiar routine helped ground him, pushing back the nagging doubts and worries that had plagued him for months. As they shouldered their packs and checked their weapons, Brett caught Sam giving him another concerned look. "What?" he asked, more sharply than he'd intended. Sam hesitated, then seemed to make up his mind. "Look, Brett, I know things have been tough since your mom... Well, since everything happened. If you need to talk..." "I don't," Brett cut him off, immediately regretting his tone. He softened his voice. "I appreciate it, Sam, really. But I'm okay. This trip is exactly what I need." Sam didn't look convinced, but he nodded. "All right. Just, I'm here if you change your mind." Brett managed a genuine smile this time, grateful for his friend's unwavering support. "Thanks. Now, let's go bag us some dinner, huh?" With a final check of their gear, they set off down the overgrown trail that led into the heart of the Deep Creek wilderness. The dense canopy overhead quickly blotted out what little morning light had begun to filter through, plunging them into a world of green shadows and muted sounds. As they walked, Brett felt the weight on his shoulders begin to lift, if only slightly. The rhythmic crunch of leaves underfoot, the occasional snap of a twig, the distant call of a woodpecker, it all combined into a soothing symphony that allowed his mind to quiet, if only for a moment. But as the trail wound deeper into the forest, that initial sense of peace began to give way to something else. The trees seemed to press in closer, their branches reaching out like gnarled fingers. The bird calls grew fewer and far between, replaced by an oppressive silence that made the hair on the back of Brett's neck stand up. He glanced at Sam, wondering if his friend felt it too. Sam's eyes were darting from side to side, his grip on his rifle just a little too tight, so it wasn't just in Brett's head. "Awful quiet," Sam murmured, his voice barely above a whisper. Brett nodded, swallowing hard. "Yeah, maybe we should—" A sudden crash in the underbrush to their left cut him off. Both men whirled, rifles at the ready, hearts pounding. For a long moment, nothing moved. Then, slowly, a shape emerged from the shadows, a young deer, its eyes wide with fear. The tension broke, and both men let out nervous laughs. "Jumpy as a pair of greenhorns," Sam chuckled, lowering his weapon. Brett forced a smile, but the unease lingered. As the deer bounded away, he couldn't shake the feeling that they were being watched. He scanned the dense foliage around them, half expecting to see eyes gleaming in the shadows. There was nothing there, of course, just trees and leaves and the occasional shaft of sunlight breaking through the canopy. "And yet, let's keep moving," Brett said, his voice tight. "Still got a ways to go before we reach the good hunting grounds." As they resumed their hike, the silence of the forest seemed to close in around them. Brett tried to focus on the path ahead, on the promise of a successful hunt, on anything but the growing sense of wrongness that gnawed at the edges of his mind. He'd come to these woods seeking peace, a respite from the burdens of his life. Instead, with every step deeper into the Deep Creek wilderness, he felt those burdens growing heavier, as if the very air was thick with unspoken dread. Little did Brett know, as he and Sam pressed on into the heart of the forest, that their real ordeal was only just beginning. The horrors that awaited them in the depths of Deep Creek would make the struggles of the past few months pale in comparison. The hunt had begun, but they were no longer the predators. As the day wore on, Brett and Sam pushed deeper into the wilderness. The oppressive silence of the forest was broken only by their labored breathing and the occasional snap of a twig underfoot. The dense canopy overhead filtered the sunlight, casting everything in a sickly green hue. "We should have seen some game by now," Sam muttered, wiping sweat from his brow. "Place feels wrong." Brett nodded, unable to shake the growing sense of unease that had settled in his gut. "Maybe we should turn back, try our luck elsewhere." Before Sam could respond, the trees suddenly opened up into a small clearing. At its center, a creek gurgled softly, its waters glinting in the filtered sunlight. Both men breathed a sigh of relief at the open space. "Good a place as any to take a break," Brett said, shrugging off his pack. Sam nodded in agreement, and they settled down by the water's edge. As they ate a quick lunch of jerky and trail mix, Brett found his eyes drawn to the far side of the clearing. Something about the way the underbrush was disturbed nagged at him. It looked as if something large had pushed through recently. "Sam," he said quietly, nodding towards the disturbance. "You see that?" Sam squinted, then nodded slowly. "Yeah. Weird. Too big for a deer." Brett stood, drawn by curiosity and a growing sense of dread. He crossed the shallow creek, the cold water seeping into his boots. As he approached the disturbed area, his breath caught in his throat. There, pressed into the soft mud, was a set of tracks unlike anything he'd ever seen. They were massive, easily twice the size of his hand, with long curved claw marks at the end of each toe. "What the hell?" Sam whispered, having followed Brett across the creek. Brett shook his head, a chill running down his spine despite the warmth of the day. "I don't know, never seen anything like it." They stared at the tracks in silence for a long moment, the cheerful babbling of the creek now seeming out of place in the oppressive atmosphere of the clearing. "We should go," Sam said finally, his voice tight with barely contained fear. "Whatever made those, I don't want to meet it." But even as he spoke, Brett found himself drawn to the tracks, a morbid curiosity overriding his instinct for self-preservation. "We should follow them," he heard himself say. Sam looked at him like he'd lost his mind. "Are you crazy? We need to get out of here." But Brett was already moving, following the trail of broken branches and disturbed earth. After a moment's hesitation, Sam cursed under his breath and followed. As they pushed deeper into the unknown, the forest seemed to close in around them. The bird calls that had been sparse before now ceased entirely. Even the insects fell silent, as if the entire wood was holding its breath. They had been following the trail for nearly an hour when they came upon the ravine. It was deep and narrow, its walls steep and treacherous. The tracks led right to the edge and then disappeared. Cautiously, Brett approached the rim, peering down into the shadows below. What he saw made his blood run cold. At the bottom of the ravine lay a gruesome sight. Bones, some still with scraps of flesh clinging to them, were scattered about. Torn pieces of clothing fluttered in the faint breeze, and in the center of it all, a crumpled backpack, its bright blue fabric a stark contrast to the grisly scene. "Jesus Christ," Sam breathed, his face pale. "Those are—" Brett nodded, unable to form words. His mind raced, trying to make sense of what he was seeing. What kind of animal could do this? And why hadn't they heard about missing hikers or campers? Before he could voice any of these questions, a sound broke the silence. It was low and guttural, a noise that seemed to vibrate in Brett's very bones. Slowly, dreading what he might see, he turned. There, at the edge of the clearing, stood a creature out of nightmares. It was massive, easily 8 feet tall, its body covered in matted dark fur. Its limbs were unnaturally long and thin, ending in hands tipped with wicked claws. But it was the face that would haunt Brett's dreams for years to come. It was a twisted parody of something almost human, with a mouth full of jagged teeth that seemed to split its head in two. For a moment that stretched into eternity, they stared at each other, man and monster. Then, with a roar that shook the trees, the creature charged. "Run!" Brett screamed, grabbing Sam's arm and yanking him away from the ravine's edge. They crashed through the underbrush, branches whipping their faces as they fled in blind terror. Behind them, they could hear the creature giving chase, its howls echoing through the forest. Brett's lungs burned as he ran faster than he ever had in his life, the sound of his pounding heart nearly drowning out the monster's pursuit. They burst into another clearing, and Brett's eyes locked onto a dilapidated structure ahead, an old hunting cabin. "There," he gasped, pointing. They sprinted for the cabin, throwing themselves through the door and slamming it shut behind them. In the dim interior, they scrambled to barricade the entrance, pushing old furniture and anything else they could find against it. Outside, they could hear the creature circling, its claws scraping against the wooden walls. The whole cabin shook with each impact, dust and debris raining down from the sagging roof. "What the fuck is that thing?" Sam gasped, his back pressed against the wall, eyes wide with terror. Brett shook his head, struggling to catch his breath. "I don't know, but we can't stay here. It'll get in eventually." They searched the cabin desperately for anything they could use as a weapon. All they found were some rusted tools and an ancient shotgun with no ammunition. As the creature continued its assault on their refuge, Brett's mind raced. The truck was their only hope, but it was a good mile away through dense forest. With that thing out there, their chances were slim. But they had no choice. It was either make a run for it or wait to be torn apart in this crumbling cabin. "We need to make a break for it," Brett said, gripping a rusted axe he'd found. "Head for the truck. It's our only shot." Sam nodded, his face pale but determined. "Okay, on 3? Brett took a deep breath, steeling himself. "On 3. 1, 2, 3. They burst out of the back window, glass shattering around them as they hit the ground running. Immediately, they heard the creature's roar of rage as it realized its prey was escaping. They ran through the forest, branches and thorns tearing at their clothes and skin. Brett could hear the monster crashing through the underbrush behind them, gaining ground with every passing second. The truck came into view just as Brett felt the creature's hot breath on the back of his neck. With a final burst of speed, they reached the vehicle. Brett fumbled with the keys, his hands shaking uncontrollably. Finally, mercifully, the door unlocked. They dove inside just as the creature slammed into the side of the truck, the metal groaning under the impact. Brett jammed the key into the ignition and cranked it. For a heart-stopping moment, the engine sputtered, Then, with a roar that rivaled the creature's, it came to life. He threw the truck into gear and stomped on the gas. Tires spun in the dirt before finding purchase, and they shot forward. The creature gave chase for a few hundred yards before falling behind, its howls of frustration fading into the distance. They didn't stop until they hit the main road, the safety of civilization finally in sight. Only then did Brett ease off the gas, his hands shaking as the adrenaline began to wear off. What the hell was that thing?" Sam whispered, his voice hoarse. Brett shook his head, unable to form words. His mind was still reeling, trying to process what they'd seen, what they'd experienced. As they drove in silence, the horrors of the day replaying in their minds. Brett couldn't shake the feeling that their ordeal wasn't over. Whatever that creature was, it was still out there, lurking in the depths of the Deep Creek wilderness. And somehow, he knew, their paths would cross again. The days following their terrifying encounter in Deep Creek wilderness passed in a haze for Brett. He and Sam had reported what they'd seen to the local authorities, but their story was met with skepticism and thinly veiled disbelief. "Probably just a bear," the sheriff had said, his tone dismissive. "You boys were out there alone, got spooked. Minds can play tricks on you in the woods." But when a search party went to investigate the ravine Brett and Sam had described, they found nothing. No bones, no torn clothing, no sign of the creature. It was as if the entire incident had been a shared hallucination. Brett sat on his porch, nursing a cup of coffee that had long since gone cold. The farm stretched out before him, the fields he'd neglected now overgrown and wild. He should care, he knew. This was his legacy, his responsibility. But after what he'd seen in those woods, the struggles of everyday life seemed trivial. His nights were plagued by nightmares. He'd wake up in a cold sweat, the creature's roar echoing in his ears, its twisted face burned into his retinas. During the day, he jumped at every shadow, every unexpected sound. The world that had once seemed so familiar now felt alien and threatening. Sam wasn't faring much better. They'd spoken a few times since that day, but the conversations were stilted, neither of them willing to delve too deeply into what they'd experienced. It was easier to pretend it had never happened, to try and go back to their normal lives. But Brett knew, deep in his bones, that normal was a luxury he'd never have again. A knock at the door startled him out of his reverie. He tensed, his heart racing, before forcing himself to calm down. "It's just a visitor," he told himself. Not every sound is a threat. He opened the door to find Linda Summers, his nearest neighbor, standing on the porch with a covered dish in her hands. "Thought you could use some home cooking," she said with a smile that didn't quite reach her eyes. "You've been holed up here for days." Brett managed a weak smile in return. "Thanks, Linda. Come on in." As they sat at his kitchen table, Linda's eyes roamed over the stack of unopened mail, the unwashed dishes in the sink. Her brow furrowed with concern. "Brett, honey, are you okay? People in town are worried about you. There are rumors." He stiffened. "What kind of rumors?" Linda hesitated. "Well, you know how people talk. They're saying you and Sam saw something out in Deep Creek. Something not natural." Brett's hands clenched involuntarily, his knuckles white. For a moment, he considered telling her everything, the creature, the bones in the ravine, the terror that still gripped him, but the words died in his throat. "It was nothing," he said finally. "Just got a bit turned around out there, that's all." Linda didn't look convinced, but she nodded, patting his hand gently. "Well, if you need anything, you know where to find me. And Brett, maybe think about getting out of the house a bit. Fresh air might do you good." After she left, Brett stood at the window, staring out at the tree line that marked the edge of his property. The forest that had once been a source of comfort now loomed ominously, hiding untold horrors in its depths. He knew he should take Linda's advice, should try to reclaim some semblance of normalcy, but every time he thought about stepping outside, about venturing anywhere near those woods, panic clawed at his throat. Because deep down, in a place he didn't want to acknowledge, Brett knew the truth. What he and Sam had seen that day in Deep Creek wasn't the end of something. It was only the beginning. Weeks passed, and life in the small town near Deep Creek Wilderness began to return to normal. For everyone except Brett. He'd become a virtual recluse, venturing out only when absolutely necessary. The farm, once his pride and joy, fell further into disrepair. It was on a particularly sleepless night that Brett found himself sitting in his darkened living room, a glass of whiskey in hand, staring out the window at the moonlit fields beyond. The alcohol did little to quiet the thoughts racing through his mind or ease the constant state of hypervigilance he'd been living in since that fateful hunting trip. A sudden movement at the edge of the woods caught his eye. Brett froze, his heart pounding in his chest. For a moment, he thought he saw a tall, misshapen figure standing just beyond the tree line, but when he blinked, it was gone. "You're losing it, Radford," he muttered to himself, running a shaky hand through his unkempt hair. But even as he tried to rationalize what he'd seen, or thought he'd seen, a part of him knew better. The creature was out there, watching, waiting. The shrill ring of the phone cut through the silence, making Brett jump. He hesitated, staring at the receiver as if it might bite him. Finally, on the fifth ring, he answered. "Hello?" His voice was rough from disuse. "Brett, it's Sam. We need to talk." Brett's grip tightened on the phone. He hadn't spoken to Sam in weeks, both of them seemingly content to pretend their shared ordeal had never happened. "What's wrong?" There was a long pause on the other end of the line. When Sam spoke again, his voice was low, almost a whisper. "I've been hearing things, Brett. Seeing things. I think it followed us out of the woods." A chill ran down Brett's spine. "What do you mean?" "Footprints in my backyard, scratches on my door, and last night, I swear I saw it standing outside my window. We can't ignore this anymore, man. We need to do something." Brett closed his eyes, a wave of dread washing over him. He'd hoped, desperately, that if he just stayed away from the woods, if he pretended hard enough, the nightmare would end. But Sam's words confirmed his deepest fears. There was no escaping what they'd unleashed. "What can we do?" Brett asked, his voice barely above a whisper. "I've been doing some research," Sam replied. "There are stories, legends about creatures like what we saw. I think I might know what it is, but we need to meet. This isn't something we can talk about over the phone." Brett glanced out the window again, half expecting to see the creature's twisted face pressed against the glass. "Okay," he said finally. "Tomorrow, the diner in town. Noon." After hanging up, Brett sat in the darkness, his mind reeling. Part of him wanted to pack a bag and run, to put as much distance between himself and Deep Creek as possible. But he knew, deep down, that running wasn't an option. Whatever this thing was, wherever it had come from, it was tied to them now. As the first light of dawn began to creep over the horizon, Brett made a decision. He couldn't hide anymore. It was time to face the terror head-on, to find answers, and to put an end to the nightmare that had consumed his life. Little did he know, the true horrors were only just beginning. The diner was nearly empty when Brett arrived, the lunch rush not yet in full swing. He spotted Sam in a corner booth, hunched over a cup of coffee, looking as haggard as Brett felt. Dark circles ringed his eyes, and his clothes hung loosely on his frame, as if he'd lost a significant amount of weight in a short time. "You look like hell," Brett said by way of greeting, sliding into the booth across from his friend. Sam managed a weak smile. "Look who's talking." He pushed a manila folder across the table. "I found some things. You're not going to like it." Brett opened the folder with trembling hands. Inside were printouts of old newspaper articles, grainy photographs, and handwritten accounts. His eyes widened as he scanned the contents. "These go back decades," he murmured. "Disappearances, sightings of a forest demon, all centered around Deep Creek." Sam nodded grimly. "It's been happening for generations. Every few years people go missing. Hunters, hikers, sometimes whole families. The authorities always chalk it up to animal attacks or people getting lost in the woods, but we know better. Brett's mind raced as he absorbed the information. But what is it? Where did it come from? Sam leaned in closer, his voice dropping to a whisper. There's an old Native American legend about a creature called the Wendigo. It's said to be a malevolent spirit that possesses humans, turning them into monstrous. Match what we saw, Brett. I think that's what we're dealing with. Brett shook his head, struggling to process this information. But that's just a legend, right? It can't be real. Sam's eyes were haunted as he replied. After what we saw in those woods, can you really say anything is impossible? Before Brett could respond, the diner's door chimed. Both men tensed, turning to see who had entered. It was Linda Summers, Brett's neighbor. She spotted them and made her way over, her face etched with concern. Brett, Sam, I'm glad I found you, she said, sliding into the booth next to Brett. There's something you need to know. My grandson, Toby, he's missing. Went camping up near Deep Creek 3 days ago and never came back. Brett and Sam exchanged a look of horror. Have you contacted the authorities? Brett asked, trying to keep his voice steady. Linda nodded, tears welling in her eyes. They've organized a search party, but I remembered the stories you two came back with. I thought maybe you could help. The weight of responsibility settled heavily on Brett's shoulders. He knew they couldn't tell Linda the truth. She'd never believe them. But they couldn't sit by and do nothing either. We'll help with the search, Brett said, his decision made. When do they head out? First light tomorrow, Linda replied, relief evident in her voice. Thank you, both of you. After Linda left, Sam turned to Brett, his expression grim. You know we're not just going to be searching for her grandson, right? We're going after that thing. Brett nodded, a mix of fear and determination coursing through him. I know, but we can't let it take anyone else. We have to end this. As they left the diner, neither man noticed the tall, shadowy figure watching them from the edge of the nearby woods, its eyes gleaming with inhuman hunger. The search party gathered at the entrance to Deep Creek Wilderness just as the sun began to peek over the horizon. There were about 20 people in total, local law enforcement, experienced trackers, and volunteers from the town. Brett and Sam stood slightly apart from the group, checking their gear one last time. Sheriff Holbrook, a grizzled man in his late 50s, addressed the crowd. All right, folks, we're looking for Toby Summers, 17 years old. Last seen entering the park 3 days ago. We'll split into teams of 4. Stay in radio contact at all times. If you find anything at all, you call it in. Don't try to be a hero. Questions. As the sheriff divided the group into teams, Brett and Sam exchanged a knowing look. They had their own agenda, their own quarry to hunt. The team spread out, disappearing into the dense forest. Brett and Sam's group, which included 2 local deputies, headed northeast, following the trail Toby was believed to have taken. As they pushed deeper into the wilderness, Brett felt the familiar sense of unease creeping over him. The forest seemed to press in around them, the trees blocking out more and more sunlight until they were walking in a perpetual twilight. Hours passed with no sign of Toby or anything out of the ordinary. The deputies began to tire, their initial enthusiasm waning, but Brett and Sam remained alert, their senses heightened by the memory of their last encounter in these woods. It was late afternoon when they heard it, a low guttural sound that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. The deputies froze, hands moving to their holstered weapons. What was that? One of them whispered, eyes darting nervously. Before anyone could respond, the sound came again, closer this time. Brett's blood ran cold as he recognized it. The same haunting call they'd heard before encountering the creature. Run, Brett said, his voice tight with fear. Back to the entrance, now. The deputies hesitated for a moment, but another roar, even closer, spurred them into action. They took off running, crashing through the underbrush in blind panic. Brett and Sam stood their ground, weapons at the ready. They'd come prepared this time, shotguns loaded with special rounds Sam had procured, supposedly blessed by a local shaman. The creature burst into view, its massive form somehow even more terrifying in the fading daylight. Its eyes locked onto Brett and Sam, a terrible intelligence burning in their depths. For a moment, everything was still. Then, with a roar that shook the very trees, the Wendigo attacked. Brett fired, the shotgun's report deafening in the enclosed space. The creature staggered but didn't fall. Sam's shot followed, and this time the monster howled in pain, black ichor oozing from its wounds. But it wasn't enough. The Wendigo lunged forward, its claws raking across Brett's chest. He cried out in pain, stumbling backward. Sam fired again, drawing the creature's attention. "Brett, run!" Sam shouted, already backing away. "I'll draw it off." Despite the pain, Brett hesitated. He couldn't leave his friend. But Sam was already disappearing into the woods, the Wendigo in hot pursuit. Clutching his bleeding chest, Brett staggered after them. The forest blurred around him, branches whipping his face as he ran. He could hear the sounds of the chase ahead, Sam's labored breathing, the creature's inhuman shrieks. Suddenly, the noises stopped. Brett burst into a small clearing, his heart pounding. There, in the center, stood the Wendigo. At its feet lay Sam, motionless. "No," Brett screamed, raising his shotgun. But before he could fire, something hard struck the back of his head. The world spun, then faded to black. Brett awoke to pain and darkness. He was lying on a cold, damp surface, stone, he realized. The air was thick with the stench of decay and something else, something alien and horrifying. As his eyes adjusted to the gloom, he made out rough stone walls. A cave, he realized. But where? And where was Sam? Memory flooded back. The chase through the woods, Sam's still form, the blow to his head. Brett tried to sit up but found his wrists and ankles bound with what felt like roots or vines. A shuffling sound nearby made him freeze. Slowly, painfully, he turned his head. There, in the shadows, stood the Wendigo. But it was different now, smaller, almost human-sized, and its face, Brett's breath caught in his throat as he recognized the twisted features. "Sam?" he whispered, horror and disbelief warring in his mind. The thing that had been Sam smiled, its mouth full of jagged teeth. When it spoke, its voice was a rasping parody of his friend's. "Not quite," it said. "Sam's still in here, somewhere, screaming, but I'm in control now." Brett's mind reeled. This couldn't be happening. "Why?" he managed to croak out. The Wendigo Sam crouched beside him, its breath hot and fetid. "Why? Because I was hungry. Because I've been hungry for centuries. And because you humans, with your curiosity and your arrogance, keep coming into my woods." It reached out a clawed hand, tracing a line down Brett's cheek. "I could have taken you that day by the ravine, but where's the fun in that? The fear makes the meat so much sweeter." Brett struggled against his bonds, panic giving him strength. But it was useless. The roots held firm, digging painfully into his flesh. The Wendigo Sam stood, moving to the cave's entrance. "Rest now. You'll need your strength. When the moon is full, we feast, and then, Brett, you'll join us." A new body for an old hunger. As the creature disappeared into the darkness, Brett lay there, his mind racing. He had to escape, had to warn the others, but more than that, he had to find a way to save Sam, if there was anything left of his friend to save. The weight of hopelessness pressed down on him, threatening to crush his spirit. But as he lay there in the dark, listening to the distant sounds of the forest, a small spark of determination flickered to life. He wasn't dead yet, and as long as he was alive, he would fight. For himself, for Sam, and for every person who might fall victim to this ancient evil. With renewed purpose, Brett began to work at his bonds, ignoring the pain as the roots bit into his skin. He had no idea how much time he had before the Wendigo returned, but he was determined to make every second count. As he struggled, he couldn't shake the feeling that this was more than just a fight for survival. It was a battle for his very soul. Time lost all meaning in the darkness of the cave. Brett drifted in and out of consciousness, his efforts to free himself leaving him exhausted and bloody. But slowly, agonizingly, he felt the roots begin to loosen. Just as he managed to work one hand free, a sound from the cave entrance made him freeze. The Wendigo Sam was returning, and it wasn't alone. "I brought you a friend," the creature said, its voice a mockery of Sam's familiar tones. It dragged a limp form into the cave and tossed it carelessly to the ground. Brett's heart sank as he recognized Toby Summers, Linda's missing grandson. The boy was alive but barely conscious, his clothes torn and bloody. The Wendigo Sam crouched between them, its twisted face split in a terrible grin. "The moon will be full soon, and then we'll all be family." As the creature turned its attention to Toby, Brett saw his chance. With a surge of desperate strength, he tore free from the remaining roots and lunged for the shotgun that lay forgotten in the corner of the cave. The Wendigo Sam whirled, its inhuman speed nearly allowing it to intercept Brett. But he managed to grab the weapon and bring it to bear, his finger finding the trigger. The blast in the confined space was deafening. The creature staggered back, black ichor spurting from its chest. But it didn't fall. Instead, it let out a roar of rage and pain that shook dust from the cave walls. Brett pumped the shotgun and fired again, and again. Each shot drove the Wendigo Sam back, but still, it kept coming. In its eyes, Brett saw a hunger that centuries had not diminished, a darkness that threatened to swallow everything. As he fired the last shell, Brett silently apologized to his friend. If there was anything left of Sam in there, he hoped this would release him. The Wendigo Sam collapsed to its knees, its body riddled with wounds that would have killed any mortal creature. But still, it lived. Still, it reached for Brett with clawed hands. "You can't kill me," it rasped. "I am eternal. I am hunger itself." Brett stood over the fallen creature, his shotgun empty but still clutched in his hands. "Maybe," he said, his voice hoarse, "but I can stop you. Here. Now." With all his remaining strength, Brett brought the shotgun down on the Wendigo Sam's head. Once, twice, 3 times. On the 4th blow, something seemed to break, not just in the creature's skull, but in the very air around them. A howl rose up, not from the Wendigo Sam's ruined mouth, but from everywhere. It was a sound of ancient rage, of thwarted hunger. The cave trembled, rocks falling from the ceiling. Brett staggered back, grabbing the still dazed Toby. "We have to get out of here," he shouted over the unearthly wail. They stumbled out of the cave just as it began to collapse, the entrance disappearing in a cloud of dust and falling rocks. The forest around them seemed to warp and twist, as if reality itself was rebelling against what had just occurred. Brett half-carried, half-dragged Toby through the woods, guided by some instinct he couldn't name. Behind them, the sounds of destruction continued, a cascade of breaking trees and shifting earth. As they broke through the tree line, Brett was momentarily blinded by sunlight. They had emerged near the park entrance, where a crowd of searchers had gathered. "Help!" Brett croaked, his strength finally giving out. He collapsed to the ground, Toby falling beside him. The last thing Brett saw before consciousness fled was Linda Summers rushing towards them, tears streaming down her face. Then, mercifully, darkness took him. Brett stood at the edge of his property, looking out at the distant line of trees that marked the border of Deep Creek Wilderness. 6 months had passed since that day in the cave, but the memories remained as sharp as ever. The official story was that he and Toby had gotten lost in the woods, that their injuries were the result of a fall. The cave-in was attributed to unstable geology, and Sam was still listed as missing, presumed dead. Brett knew the truth, of course. He saw it in his nightmares, felt it in the scars that crisscrossed his body, but he kept silent. Who would believe him? The farm was running again, the fields green and vibrant. Brett had thrown himself into the work, finding solace in the mindless labor. But always, his eyes were drawn to the forest. He didn't know if the Wendigo was truly gone. Part of him feared that such an ancient evil could never be fully destroyed. But he had made a vow, standing over the broken body of the thing that had once been his friend. Never again would he turn a blind eye to the darkness in the woods. Never again would he allow fear to paralyze him. If the hunger returned, if the ancient evil crawled out of whatever hell it had been banished to, Brett would be ready. As the sun set behind the trees, casting long shadows across the land, Brett turned back toward his house. There was work to be done, preparations to be made. The battle might be over, but the war, he suspected, had only just begun. When you spend enough time alone in the wilderness, you learn the difference between ordinary silence and the kind of quiet that warns you something's wrong. It's a silence that settles over you slowly, the kind you don't notice until you realize you've stopped breathing just to hear better. My name's Jason Weller, and 2 years ago, I resigned as a backcountry ranger at Zion National Park after an accident that I still don't talk about. These days, I earn a living writing about solitude and wild places. My editor had given me a simple assignment: write about authentic wilderness experience. No technology, no safety nets. Authentic, unfiltered, and completely analog. No GPS, no cameras, no electronics, just maps, journals, and intuition. This time, my assignment was to tackle the Grand View Trail on the south rim of the Grand Canyon. It was late November, well past the tourist season, and the canyon was nearly deserted, perfect for the kind of article I had in mind. Raw, isolated, real. On my first day down from the rim, I remembered why few hikers venture onto the Grand View Trail. It drops fast, too fast for comfort, switchbacking sharply through crumbling rock and loose gravel. The wooden trailhead sign, weathered and splintered, had warned. Unmaintained path. Proceed with caution. I'd been warned about worse. My boots slid and skidded, kicking up dust and sending loose stones bouncing away into nothingness. Each step felt like a negotiation with gravity. The trail hadn't seen maintenance in years, maybe decades. Sections had simply eroded away, leaving gaps where I had to stretch across empty air, my fingers clinging to whatever handholds I could find in the fractured limestone. The rock here was ancient, layered in bands of rust red and ochre that told stories millions of years old. But beneath the geological wonder there was something else, an absence of life that struck me as unusual even for November. No birds called, no insects buzzed. Even the wind seemed to avoid this particular stretch of canyon, as if the air itself had learned to move around it rather than through it. I paused briefly to look back up at the rim above, a sheer wall rising into the sky. Already I felt small, reduced to something insignificant against the vast indifference of stone and sky. The sun hung low, casting long shadows that turned the canyon walls into something primordial and unknowable. By sunset, I'd made it down to Horseshoe Mesa. My legs trembled with exhaustion, muscles burning from the constant strain of descent. I picked a spot close to a rust-colored rock wall, sheltered just enough to block the cold wind blowing up from below. The temperature had dropped 20 degrees in the last hour, and my breath now formed small clouds in the dimming light. My camp came together quickly, tent staked out, stove and fuel canister set carefully to one side, map folded neatly by my sleeping bag. But as I worked, an uncomfortable awareness crept over me. The sensation of being watched is primitive, hardwired into our brains from when we were prey as often as predator. I kept turning, scanning the surrounding cliffs and rock formations. Nothing, just empty space and darkening sky. I ate without thinking, distracted by the canyon's shifting shadows. The freeze-dried meal tasted like cardboard, but I forced it down, knowing I'd need the calories. As darkness fell completely, the temperature plummeted. I could see my breath clearly now, thick white plumes that dissipated slowly in the still air. The stars emerged with startling clarity, thousands of them scattered across the black expanse above. In different circumstances, it would have been beautiful. Instead, it felt exposing, as if those distant points of light were eyes, watching, waiting. Exhaustion set in fast, pulling me under before I'd even finished my journal entry. I wrote only 3 lines. Day 1. Made it to Horseshoe Mesa. Something feels wrong here. The pen slipped from my fingers as consciousness faded. I woke hours later. My watch read 2:15 a.m., the numbers glowing faintly green in the absolute darkness. I blinked, unsure at first what had startled me awake. My heart was already racing. adrenaline flooding my system before my conscious mind had even identified the threat. Then it came again. The sound of something breathing just beyond the thin nylon fabric of my tent. Not the quick, animal-like breath I'd come to recognize in my years as a ranger. I knew what bears sounded like, what mountain lions sounded like, what deer and elk and even mice sounded like when they investigated campsites. This was none of those. It was slow, calm, measured, almost human, but not quite. The rhythm was slightly off, like someone consciously trying to breathe but having to think about each inhale and exhale. I sat upright, every muscle tightening, ears straining against the darkness. The fabric of my sleeping bag rustled loudly in the silence, and immediately the breathing outside stopped. For 10 seconds, maybe 15, there was nothing. Then it resumed, exactly as before. Slow, deliberate, wrong. My hand found the knife I kept by my sleeping bag, fingers wrapping around the handle with desperate force. The breathing continued for another 20 or 30 seconds, never changing pace, never moving closer or farther away. Just there, constant and inexplicable. Then, as abruptly as it had started, it ceased. I sat frozen, knife clutched in my hand, listening so intently my ears began to ring. Minutes passed, 5, then 10. Nothing but silence and the occasional whisper of wind against the tent fabric. Finally, I reached for my headlamp with trembling fingers. The zipper of the tent opening sounded impossibly loud as I pulled it down, each tooth of the zipper clicking like a gunshot in the quiet. The tent flap opened, revealing the stark emptiness of the night. I shone my light around the camp in a slow arc. Sleeping bag, pack, stove, everything seemed exactly as I'd left it. Except, my right glove lay near the fire ring, 20 feet from where I remembered setting it down inside the tent vestibule. I stared at it, my mind racing through possibilities. Could I have dropped it earlier without noticing? Had I actually put it inside the vestibule? Or was that just what I remembered? Memory is unreliable, especially when you're tired. Maybe the wind had caught it somehow, though the night air was completely still now. Cold anxiety settled in my stomach, but I forced logic back into my mind. I was overtired, spooked by the unfamiliar surroundings and the isolation. The breathing had probably been wind channeling through the rocks in some strange way. The glove had fallen out when I'd gotten into the tent. There were rational explanations for everything. I crawled out of the tent, my bare feet touching the cold ground, and retrieved the glove. The ground was frigid, almost painful against my skin. I scanned the area with my headlamp one more time, then retreated into the tent, zipping it up quickly. My brain spun excuses as I pulled my sleeping bag tighter around my body. You're fine. Everything's fine. Just the wind. Just your imagination. But somewhere deeper, in a part of my mind that still remembered what it was like to be prey, a voice whispered, "Run." Sleep returned uneasily, filled with half-formed dreams of breathing and footsteps and eyes watching from the dark. When dawn arrived, pale and reluctant, I lay in my sleeping bag for several minutes, listening. The quality of light seeping through the tent fabric was gray and weak, suggesting heavy cloud cover. No birdsongs greeted the morning, no sounds at all except the faint moan of wind across distant stone. I dressed slowly, delaying the moment when I'd have to leave the relative security of the tent. Finally, I unzipped the flap and stepped outside. The camp had changed. I stood motionless, my mind struggling to process what I was seeing. My fuel canister had been disconnected from the stove and now lay neatly atop a flat rock 3 feet away. Not dropped, not knocked over. Placed. The precision of it made my skin crawl. The map I distinctly remembered leaving folded inside my tent was now tucked under my sleeping pad. Edges perfectly aligned as if someone had used a ruler to ensure it was exactly centered. And on top of my pack, folded with military precision, were my extra socks, side by side, perfectly parallel. Someone had been here. Someone had been in my camp, handling my things, rearranging them with methodical care, and I had heard nothing except the breathing. I dropped to my knees, scanning the dust around my campsite desperately for tracks. There had to be footprints, some evidence of who or what had done this. The ground was soft enough that my own boot prints from the previous evening were clearly visible, but there was nothing else clear, nothing identifiable, just loose dirt and scattered stones and my own tracks leading to and from the tent. How was that possible? How could someone enter my camp, move my belongings, organize them with such precision, and leave no traces? My hands shook as I examined the ground more closely, looking for any disturbance I might have missed. There, a vague depression in the dust near where my fuel canister had been moved, but it was smudged, indistinct, useless for identification. The canyon walls loomed silently above me, indifferent and unmoving. The morning light did nothing to warm them. If anything, they seemed colder, more hostile than they had the previous evening. My hands still trembling, I grabbed my journal and wrote quickly, my fingers leaving smudges on the page. This doesn't feel like my camp anymore. Someone was here. Someone touched my things. I underlined the words twice, then added, "No tracks." How is there no tracks? The words stared back at me from the page, heavy and dark. Reading them made the situation feel more real, more immediate. I closed the journal with a tight snap and shoved it deep into my pack. Already I felt the canyon changing around me. Or perhaps I was changing, my perception warping under the weight of isolation and fear. It was subtle. A tug, a whisper of uncertainty, but unmistakably present. The rational part of my brain, the ranger who had spent years in the backcountry, who had handled emergencies and dangerous situations with calm professionalism, that part of me wanted to pack up and leave immediately. But another part, perhaps the writer, perhaps just the stubborn core of who I was, refused to be chased away so easily. There had to be an explanation. Someone else was camping in the area, someone who had stumbled upon my site and had a very strange sense of humor. Or maybe I was more exhausted than I realized, and had rearranged these things myself in some fugue state during the night. Even as I thought these explanations, I knew they were hollow. I knew what I'd seen, what I'd heard, and I knew with a certainty that bypassed logic entirely that something was deeply wrong. I packed up quickly and quietly, glancing around too often. There were no signs of life, no evidence of other visitors, yet I felt eyes somewhere watching me. Not constantly, but in flickers, brief moments when the weight of observation pressed against my awareness, then vanished before I could locate its source. The canyon stretched before me, vast and ancient and completely indifferent to my fear. It was no longer just a wilderness trip for an article. It had become something else entirely, though I didn't yet understand what. It was only the first morning, and already I knew I should leave, but I didn't. God help me, I didn't. The deeper I moved into the canyon, the more acute my awareness became. Every sound, the scrape of my boots on stone, the rattle of gear in my pack, my own breathing, seemed amplified, echoing off walls that rose hundreds of feet above me. Between these sounds, the silence pressed in, heavy and expectant. I felt eyes on me, not constantly, more like flickers at the edges of my awareness, brief moments that made me glance back over my shoulder. Nothing was ever there when I looked, just silent stretches of rock and shadowed crevices. The rational explanations I'd constructed during the morning were already crumbling. You can't rationalize a feeling that lives in your bones, in the ancient parts of your brain that evolved to detect predators. By midday, the switchbacks tightened into steep zigzags along the cliffside. My thighs burned as I climbed, lungs tight from the thin, dry air. Sweat soaked through my shirt despite the cold, and I could taste salt and dust with every breath. The trail here was particularly treacherous, barely 2 feet wide in places, with sheer drops on one side and vertical rock face on the other. I reached an exposed ledge, deciding to stop for water and check my map. My hands trembled slightly. As I unscrewed the cap of my water bottle from exertion, I told myself, though I knew that wasn't entirely true. The sun hammered down despite the late November date, reflected and magnified by the surrounding stone until the heat felt almost physical. I shielded my eyes, squinting across the vast emptiness to the cliff face opposite mine. The canyon here was perhaps half a mile wide, the far wall a mirror image of towering stone and geological layers. Then I saw it. On a narrow shelf about 400 feet away stood a figure. At first I thought it might be a dead tree, or perhaps a rock formation that happened to resemble a human shape. The human mind is excellent at finding patterns, at seeing faces and figures in random arrangements of shadow and stone. But as my eyes adjusted, as I focused on that distant shelf, the unmistakable reality of what I was seeing solidified. It was a person, tall and slender, standing rigidly still, arms relaxed at their sides. Too still. No one stands that motionless, not even when trying to. There's always some slight movement, weight shifting from foot to foot, head turning to scan the surroundings, hands adjusting position. This figure had none of that. It stood with the stillness of stone. I raised a hand in a hesitant wave, the gesture feeling absurd even as I made it. No response. The figure didn't move, didn't acknowledge me in any way. My heart began to pound harder. I lowered my hand slowly, and in that exact moment, delayed by perhaps 2 seconds, the figure raised its hand. Unease tightened in my chest, making it hard to breathe. This wasn't a simple wave returned. It was a mirror image, the timing too precise to be coincidence, too delayed to be natural. I shifted my weight to my left foot, watching intently. The figure shifted its weight to its left foot. That same 2-second delay. I tilted my head to the left, my neck cracking slightly with the movement. The figure tilted its head to the left. My throat went dry. This wasn't another hiker. This was something else. Something that watched and imitated with mechanical precision. I could feel my pulse in my ears now, each heartbeat distinct and rapid. Without taking my eyes off the figure, I slowly stepped back until the cliff edge obscured it from view. For several long minutes, I leaned against the stone wall, breathing hard, fighting the panic that threatened to overwhelm me. My hands shook so badly I had to clasp them together to keep from dropping my water bottle. What I'd just seen violated something fundamental about reality, about how people behave, the delayed mimicry, the perfect stillness. It was wrong on a level that bypassed rational thought and spoke directly to primal fear. Eventually, driven by a need to know, to understand, I mustered the courage to look again. I edged forward carefully, peering around the rock that blocked my view. The shelf was empty, but that brought no relief. Instead, a new fear took hold. If the figure wasn't on the shelf anymore, where was it? Was it moving? Was it coming closer? I scanned the opposite cliff face frantically, looking for any sign of movement or human presence. Nothing. Then I looked down at my feet. Fresh boot prints marked the dust of the ledge where I stood, leading to the very edge. Large prints, oddly elongated, pointing toward the direction I'd been heading. I knelt down, examining them more closely. The tread pattern was similar to my own boots, but not identical. And they were fresh. I could see where individual grains of dust had been displaced, still settling. Someone had stood exactly where I was standing, probably within the last few minutes. While I'd been focused on the figure across the canyon, someone had approached from behind, had stood close enough to touch me, then had moved on. My stomach lurched. I spun around, scanning the trail I'd just climbed. Empty. I looked ahead, toward where the trail continued, also empty. Yet those prints were real, tangible evidence that someone or something had been here. I stood there on that exposed ledge for nearly 20 minutes, paralyzed by indecision. Every instinct screamed at me to turn back, to climb out of this canyon as fast as possible and never return. But another part of me, perhaps foolish, perhaps just too proud to admit defeat, insisted there had to be a rational explanation. Another hiker, someone playing a cruel joke. Or maybe the isolation and exhaustion were making me paranoid, making me see things that weren't there. The mind is capable of incredible self-deception when stressed. I'd seen it before in lost hikers, in people who'd been alone too long, the way reality could bend and warp under the weight of solitude and fear. But those boot prints were real. I could reach down and touch them, see the clear outline of a sole pattern in the dust. Finally, as the sun began its descent toward the western rim, I forced myself to continue forward. The alternative, climbing back out, meant admitting defeat, meant acknowledging that something had frightened me badly enough to abandon my assignment. My pride wouldn't allow that. Not yet. As I hiked, I found myself talking out loud, narrating my actions in a steady stream of words that filled the oppressive silence. Step over this rock. Watch the loose gravel. Check the map. Drink some water. The sound of my own voice provided some small comfort, proof that I still existed, that I was still capable of affecting my environment. But occasionally, very faintly, I thought I heard an echo. My own words repeated back to me from somewhere distant, just fragments, loose gravel, or drink some water coming from no identifiable direction. Each time I stopped to listen more carefully, the echoes ceased, leaving only the vast silence of stone and sky. That night, I chose my campsite with paranoid care. I found a shallow ravine, its walls close enough to provide some sense of security. The space was cramped, barely large enough for my tent, but that was exactly what I wanted. Anything approaching would have to come from one of two directions, and both were visible from my tent entrance. I worked methodically, anxiety making every action deliberate and precise. I arranged rocks protectively around the perimeter of my camp, not because they would stop anything, but because any disturbance of them would be immediately obvious. I hoisted my bear bag extra high on a strong tree limb, using every bit of rope I had to keep it well out of reach. As I worked, the sun disappeared behind the western rim, and shadows flooded the ravine with startling speed. The temperature dropped precipitously, and within minutes I was shivering despite my jacket. My breath formed thick clouds that hung in the still air. I ate quickly, forcing down food I didn't want, then retreated into my tent. Darkness descended fast, complete and absolute. There was no moon, and the stars, though bright, provided almost no illumination down in the ravine. I lay in my sleeping bag, fully dressed, knife within easy reach, listening. The night sounds of the canyon were minimal. Occasional gusts of wind would moan through distant rock formations, creating sounds that were almost musical, almost like voices. I told myself it was just wind, just the natural acoustics of the landscape, but my body remained tense, every muscle coiled, ready to react. Sleep seemed impossible. I lay awake, my eyes wide in the darkness, listening to the faint hiss of wind through dry scrub. My body was exhausted from the day's hiking, yet I was hyper-alert, waiting, listening. I checked my watch every few minutes, watching the glowing numbers advance with agonizing slowness. 11:47 p.m., 12:19 a.m. At exactly 12:40 a.m., footsteps crunched through the gravel nearby. I froze completely, even stopping my breathing. The steps were slow, deliberate, human steps, not the padding of animal paws or the scuttle of smaller creatures, but the unmistakable sound of boots on gravel. Each step was distinct, measured, approaching from the eastern end of the ravine. I lay perfectly still, gripping my knife so hard my knuckles throbbed. My heart pounded violently, so loud I was certain it could be heard outside the tent. The footsteps continued, growing closer, 10 feet away, then 5. The steps halted only a few yards from my tent. Silence. I waited, every nerve screaming. Seconds stretched into a minute. The silence was somehow worse than the footsteps had been. At least movement implied intention, purpose. This stillness suggested watching, waiting, considering. Then a voice spoke, low, quiet, and perfectly calm. My voice. "Stay awake," it said. "Stay awake." A wave of nausea surged through me. Sweat pooled along my spine despite the cold. The voice was mine. Not similar to mine, not an imitation, but exactly mine. The same cadence, the same slight rasp I had from years of smoking in my 20s. The same way I dropped the ends of words slightly. But I hadn't spoken. My jaw was clenched tight. My throat closed with fear. The voice repeated with the exact same inflection. "Stay awake, stay awake." I fought the urge to open the tent, to see what stood outside. Some deep primal part of my brain understood that seeing what spoke with my voice would break something fundamental in my mind. There are some things human consciousness isn't meant to process, some violations of reality that cause permanent damage. Instead, I fumbled in the dark for my journal, forcing my shaking fingers to grip a pen. Eyes wide, staring at nothing in the absolute darkness of the tent, I scribbled blindly onto the paper. The pen caught and skipped on the page, but I kept writing, repeating the only words I could think of. It's not me. It's not me. It's not me. It's not me. I filled an entire page, then another, the words becoming less legible as my hand cramped and trembled. The act of writing anchored me somehow, gave me something to focus on besides the voice and the presence just outside my tent. The voice didn't speak again. The footsteps moved no closer, nor did they retreat. They simply lingered, motionless, just beyond the canvas of my shelter. I could sense the presence there, patient and unwavering, waiting for something. Hours passed. I kept writing, filling page after page with the same phrase, slight variations, anything to keep my mind occupied and away from the edge of panic. It's not me. Not me. Can't be me. I'm here. It's not me. My watch read 3:15 a.m. when the presence finally withdrew. I didn't hear footsteps retreating. The departure was more felt than heard. A sudden absence of pressure, a lifting of weight I hadn't fully realized was there. The air felt different, less charged, less aware. But I didn't relax. I continued lying rigid in my sleeping bag, knife clutched in one hand, journal in the other, waiting for dawn. Dawn took forever to arrive, weak sunlight finally spilling over the horizon and seeping through my tent fabric with agonizing slowness. The light turned from black to deep blue to gray to pale yellow, and only when I could see clearly did I finally allow myself to move. My muscles had cramped from lying in the same position for so long. I groaned involuntarily as I tried to sit up, my back and shoulders screaming in protest. My hand still clutched the knife, fingers locked in position, and I had to consciously force them to release. Trembling, I pushed the tent flap open and stepped outside, knife still clutched in my other hand despite the pain. The morning was cold and clear, the sky a perfect dome of pale blue. Everything looked normal, peaceful even. Just another day in the wilderness. My boots were gone. I stared at the empty space where I'd left them the previous evening, my mind refusing to accept what I was seeing. They'd been right there just outside the tent vestibule, exactly where I always put them. Now there was nothing but bare rock. My bear bag hung untouched, swaying gently in a light breeze I couldn't feel down in the ravine. The rope was still taut, the bag at the same height I'd left it. Nothing had tried to get into it during the night. But beneath it, in the dirt, was something new. A perfect circle of ash and rocks, approximately 3 feet in diameter, placed exactly where I'd left my journal bag the night before. The stones that formed the circle were arranged with obsessive precision, each one the same size, equidistant from its neighbors. I knelt slowly, my heart racing again. The ash inside the circle was fine and gray, like the remains of a very old fire. But I hadn't built a fire. I hadn't even used my stove the previous evening, too nervous to do anything that might attract attention. My journal bag lay inside the circle, carefully centered. I reached for it with trembling hands, pulled it toward me, and opened it slowly. The journal was there, closed. I lifted it out, my breath catching sharply in my chest. The page it opened to was blank. I flipped back frantically, looking for the pages I'd filled during the night. Those desperate, fear-soaked words I'd written in the darkness. It's not me. It's not me. I knew I'd written them. I could remember the sensation of pen on paper, the way my hand had cramped from gripping too tightly. But the pages showed nothing. Just pristine, unmarked paper staring back at me. No indentations, no ghost impressions of removed text. The pages looked as if they'd never been touched. I flipped through the entire journal, checking every page. My previous entries were there. Notes about the trail, observations about the landscape, the brief entry from the first night, but nothing from last night. Hours of writing, erased or removed, or never existed at all. I sat frozen, breathing shallowly, staring at the empty pages. My mind spun through possibilities, each more disturbing than the last. Had I hallucinated the entire episode? Was the isolation affecting me more severely than I'd realized? But no, the boots were gone. The circle of stones and ash was real. These were physical changes to my environment, not products of imagination. Around me, the canyon walls pressed in silently, offering no explanations or comfort. The morning sun touched the highest peaks, but down here in the ravine, shadows still dominated. I felt exposed despite the enclosing walls, vulnerable in a way that transcended physical danger. Whatever watched me, whatever had spoken with my voice and rearranged my camp and stolen my boots, it wasn't done yet. And I knew, deep in my bones, that the canyon wouldn't let me leave easily. I'd gone too far in. I'd seen too much, and something out here didn't want witnesses. At first light, I packed what little courage I had left along with my gear. Without boots, I had to improvise. I duct-taped slabs of foam from my sleeping pad to my feet, wrapping them as securely as possible. They provided almost no protection, and I knew they'd fall apart quickly under the strain of hiking. But the physical pain that would come was almost welcome. It kept me grounded, kept me focused on something tangible and immediate rather than the inexplicable terrors of the previous nights. Pain I could understand. Pain made sense. I'd long abandoned the original plan, the article about authentic wilderness experience. My only goal now was simple and urgent: climb out, reach the rim, find other people, get away from whatever inhabited this canyon. The trail was relentless. Each step sent jolts of pain through my feet as the sharp rocks pressed through the inadequate padding. Within the first 100 yards, I could feel the duct tape beginning to tear. By the first switchback, my feet were bleeding. With each turn of the trail, I felt weaker. The constant uphill climb combined with fear-induced adrenaline exhaustion left me lightheaded and nauseous. My pulse hammered relentlessly behind my eyes, and black spots danced in my peripheral vision whenever I stopped to rest. Every so often, a shadow would flicker at the edge of my vision, forcing my head around. Each time there was nothing there. The canyon walls remained blank and unforgiving, their ancient stone faces revealing nothing. But the sensation of being watched never diminished. If anything, it intensified. To stay focused, to keep from simply collapsing in despair, I muttered quietly to myself as I climbed. Just keep moving, Jason. One step, then another. Don't stop. Don't think about it. Just move. Then from somewhere above me on the trail, a voice echoed back clearly. My voice, with the exact same inflection and rhythm. One step, then another. I froze mid-step, my body going rigid. Cold sweat prickled across my skin despite the exertion. My stomach twisted violently, threatening to rebel. "Who's there?" My voice broke as I spoke, sounding thin and afraid. Nothing like the confident ranger I'd once been. The reply was immediate, eerily exact, and chillingly casual. "Who's there?" It was my voice, but hollow, flat. There was no life in the imitation, no human warmth or emotion. It mocked me, stole my words, and twisted them into something sinister, something wrong. My pulse surged painfully, panic flaring into pure terror. I looked up toward the ridge above me, seeing nothing but rocks and sparse, dry vegetation. The trail switched back several times before reaching that ridge, meaning whatever spoke was at least 100 yards away. "Stop it," I shouted, my voice cracking. "Leave me alone." Silence. Then, after a delay of exactly 3 seconds, "Leave me alone." The same desperate tone, the same crack in the voice. I lost control then. All pretense of dignity or courage evaporated. I sprinted uphill, ignoring the agony in my feet as the duct tape tore completely away. The foam padding shredded on the sharp rocks, exposing raw, bleeding skin. Each step left a crimson smear on the stone, but I didn't care. I just ran. The trail blurred around me. I stumbled and fell, my hands catching my weight on jagged rock that tore open my palms. I scrambled up and ran again, gasping, sobbing, any semblance of rational thought gone. All that remained was pure animal panic, the desperate need to escape. I crested one of the final switchbacks, almost delirious from pain and terror, when something caught my eye just off the trail. A small flash of movement near a twisted juniper tree. Turning sharply, I glimpsed a shape crouched low beside the tree. My vision swam, darkness creeping in from the edges, but I forced my eyes to focus. It rose slowly, emerging into clearer view. My throat closed tightly, breath catching in my chest. It was a person impossibly thin, draped in tattered clothing that might once have been hiking gear but was now just weathered rags. The fabric hung loose on a frame that seemed too skeletal to support life. And on its feet, perfectly clean and maintained despite the filth of everything else, were my boots. The figure stood completely still for a moment, and in that stillness I could see its face, or rather, what should have been its face. The features were there, eyes, nose, mouth, but they were wrong. The proportions were slightly off, the placement not quite human, like something that had learned what faces should look like from descriptions but had never actually seen one. It tilted its head slowly, precisely mirroring the angle of my own head, which I realized had tilted in unconscious horror. I opened my mouth to scream, but nothing came out. My voice had abandoned me completely. The figure took a single step forward, leaning slightly toward me, and I could see its eyes now, dark and reflective, and completely empty of anything I recognized as consciousness. No words, no sounds, just an unbearable silence as its head tilted further, studying me with inhuman patience. Instinct took over where conscious thought had failed. I ran blindly, no longer following the trail but simply moving upward, using my hands to climb when the slope became too steep. I crawled on all fours at times, desperate and mindless, operating on nothing but the overwhelming imperative to reach the rim. Gravel cut deeply into my palms and knees. My makeshift shoes had shredded completely, leaving my feet raw and numb. I couldn't feel the individual injuries anymore. It had all merged into one continuous agony that existed somewhere distant from my conscious awareness. Blood mixed with dirt on my hands, making everything slippery. I fell repeatedly, my chin cracking against rock, my shoulders bruising from impact. But each time I fell, I got up and continued climbing. Stopping meant staying, and staying meant I didn't know what it meant, but every cell in my body understood it would be worse than death. The final 100 yards stretched forever. The trail became less distinct here, overgrown in places, completely eroded in others. I followed it more by instinct than sight, my vision tunneling down to just the next handhold, the next place to put my foot. My lungs burned. Each breath felt like inhaling ground glass. My heart hammered so hard I could feel it in my teeth, in my fingertips, in every part of my body. I was aware distantly that I was probably doing permanent damage to myself, that this level of exertion and injury would have long-term consequences. I didn't care. All that mattered was reaching the top, reaching people, reaching safety. When I finally crested the rim, pulling myself over the final rocky ledge onto level ground, I fell to my knees and couldn't get up. My chest heaved, each breath a desperate gasp that never seemed to bring enough oxygen. My vision spun violently, the sky and ground switching places in nauseating arcs. I pressed my forehead against the dirt, trying to anchor myself, trying to convince my body that we'd made it, we were safe, we could stop running now. My hands left bloody prints in the dust. Everything felt distant, underwater, unreal. Slowly, through the ringing in my ears and the pounding of my pulse, a shape came into focus, a vehicle. Green, with an official-looking emblem on the side. A green SUV, the unmistakable insignia of the National Park Service. A ranger stood leaning calmly against it, watching me carefully. He was older, maybe in his 50s, with the weathered face of someone who'd spent decades in the sun. He took slow steps toward me, his movements steady, cautious, the way you'd approach an injured animal. "Easy now," he said quietly, his voice deliberately calm and measured. "You're all right. You're safe now." I tried to speak, but my throat was painfully dry, lips cracked and bleeding. I swallowed, the action excruciating, and tried again. It wore my voice, I managed to whisper, the words trembling out of me. It had my boots. He hesitated only briefly, and in that hesitation, I saw recognition cross his eyes, not surprise, not disbelief, just grim acknowledgement, as if I'd confirmed something he already knew. Without another word, he opened the vehicle's rear door and gently helped me inside. His hands were strong but careful, supporting my weight as my legs threatened to buckle. The seat felt impossibly soft, impossibly safe. I sank onto it, my entire body shaking uncontrollably, adrenaline finally giving way to shock. The Ranger moved to the driver's seat, starting the engine. But before pulling away, he looked back at me through the rearview mirror, then turned slightly to look directly at me. His face was serious, tired in a way that suggested he'd seen too much over too many years. He glanced out toward the empty canyon, toward the trail I'd just climbed, toward the vast expanse of stone and sky that suddenly seemed less like a natural wonder and more like something ancient and aware, and not entirely empty. Then he turned back to me, his voice quiet and resigned as he spoke the words that somehow made everything worse. "You're not the first." The vehicle pulled away from the trailhead, gravel crunching under the tires. I looked back through the rear window at the canyon rim, at the trail disappearing down into shadow and stone. For just a moment, I thought I saw a figure standing at the edge, watching us leave. It raised one hand slowly, perfectly mimicking a wave goodbye. Then we turned a corner, and it was gone. I never wrote that article. The journal I'd carried into the canyon sits in a drawer in my apartment, most of its pages still blank. Sometimes, late at night, I pull it out and flip through it, looking for those missing entries, those desperate midnight scrawlings that should be there but aren't. The Ranger drove me to the nearest hospital, where doctors treated me for severe dehydration, exposure, and what they carefully termed acute stress reaction. They cataloged my injuries with clinical precision: multiple lacerations on both feet, extensive bruising, mild hypothermia, nothing that wouldn't heal with time. But there are injuries that don't show up on medical charts, violations of understanding that no amount of time can fully repair. The Ranger visited me once before I left. He sat beside my hospital bed and told me things I'm still not sure I believe, even having experienced what I experienced. He said the canyon has always had quiet places, areas where the normal rules seem to bend. He said rangers have learned which trails to avoid recommending to solo hikers, which campsites to steer people away from. He said I was lucky. Some people who encounter what I encountered don't make it out. When I asked him what it was, what I'd seen and heard, he shook his head. "We don't know," he said. "We just know it's there. Has been for as long as anyone can remember. Probably longer." Before he left, he looked at me seriously and said, "Don't go back. Whatever you think you need to prove, whatever you think you need to understand, it's not worth it. The canyon keeps what it wants to keep. You got out. Consider that a gift." I never did retrieve my boots. According to the official report, they were lost during the descent, which is technically true even if it misses the essential horror of what actually happened. Sometimes I wonder if they're still down there, still on those feet that weren't quite feet, part of something that mimics and watches and waits. I don't write about wilderness solitude anymore. These days, I write about other things: city life, human connection, the importance of community. I live in Phoenix now, where the lights never go out and you're never truly alone. At night, I keep my windows closed even in summer, because sometimes, carried on the wind from the north where the canyon sits vast and empty, I think I hear a voice, my voice, calling softly, patiently, as if waiting for me to answer, as if waiting for me to return. I never will. God help me, I never will. The crackle of the radio cut through the stillness of the autumn morning, startling me from my thoughts. I'd been staring out the window of the ranger station, watching golden leaves drift lazily to the ground, when the voice of dispatch broke the silence. "Ranger Finch, come in. We've got a situation." I grabbed the radio, my fingers brushing against the worn plastic. "Finch here. What's the problem?" "We've received a report from a hiker. Says he stumbled across some remains out near Minaret Creek, about 2 miles off the main trail. Doesn't sound like your typical animal carcass. Can you check it out?" A knot formed in my stomach. In my 8 years as a search and rescue officer with the U.S. Forest Service, I'd seen my fair share of grim discoveries. But something about this call felt different. "Copy that. I'm on my way." I gathered my gear, methodically checking each item. Flashlight, first aid kit, map, compass. My hand hesitated over my service pistol. Regulations discouraged carrying firearms on routine calls, but a nagging feeling made me reconsider. After a moment's deliberation, I left it behind. Whatever was out there, I told myself, couldn't be worse than what I'd already encountered in these woods. As I stepped outside, the crisp air of Devil's Postpile National Monument filled my lungs. The massive basalt columns loomed in the distance, their geometric perfection a stark contrast to the wild tangle of the surrounding forest. I'd grown up in small towns, raised on stories of the wilderness and its secrets, but even after nearly a decade patrolling these parts, the monument never failed to inspire a sense of awe and unease. The drive to the trailhead was quiet, too quiet. Usually the forest buzzed with life, birds calling, small animals scurrying through the underbrush. Today, an eerie silence blanketed the woods. I tried to shake off the growing sense of dread, chalking it up to an overactive imagination. As I parked and shouldered my pack, the sun was already dipping low on the horizon, casting long shadows through the trees. I checked my watch, 4:37 p.m. If I moved quickly, I could make it to the site and back before full dark. The trail was familiar, but today it felt different. Every snapping twig and rustling leaf set my nerves on edge. About a mile in, I noticed something odd. Or rather, the lack of something. No tracks, no scat, no signs of the usual wildlife that called these woods home. Just as I was about to radio in for a more precise location, I caught a whiff of something that made my stomach turn. A sickly sweet odor, undercut with the unmistakable copper tang of blood. I'd smelled death before, but this was different. Wrong, somehow. Following the scent, I pushed through a thick tangle of undergrowth. And there, half hidden beneath a carpet of fallen leaves, was what remained of a human body. My training kicked in, momentarily overriding the horror that threatened to overwhelm me. Male, I noted clinically. Mid-30s, maybe. But beyond that, details were hard to discern. The body, what was left of it, was a mess of torn flesh and shattered bone. This was no ordinary animal attack. The wounds were too precise, too deliberate. Long, deep gashes ran the length of the torso, as if something had taken its time savoring the kill. I knelt to examine the ground around the body, and my blood ran cold. There, pressed into the soft earth, was a print unlike anything I'd ever seen, too large for a wolf or mountain lion, with elongated claws that left deep furrows in the soil. Whatever had done this was big, and if I was reading the signs correctly, it wasn't far away. As I stood to radio for backup, a twig snapped somewhere in the deepening gloom of the forest. I froze, straining my ears. Another snap, closer this time. And then, just at the edge of my vision, something moved. It was massive, its form seeming to blend with the shadows of the trees. For a moment I could have sworn I saw eyes gleaming in the darkness, intelligent, predatory, and fixed directly on me. My heart pounding, I slowly reached for my radio, keeping my eyes locked on the spot where I'd seen movement. But as I lifted the device to my mouth, my fingers trembling, I realized with growing horror that all I heard was static. I was alone in the gathering darkness, with something watching, waiting, and I knew with a certainty that chilled me to my core that my night was just beginning. As the realization of my isolation sank in, a primal fear gripped me. The forest, once a familiar sanctuary, now felt like a closing trap. I forced myself to breathe, to think rationally. Panicking wouldn't help me survive whatever was out there. I backed away slowly, my eyes never leaving the spot where I'd seen movement. The shadows seemed to shift and writhe, playing tricks on my vision. Was that a branch swaying in the wind, or the outline of some monstrous form? My foot caught on a root, nearly sending me sprawling. I caught myself, but the momentary lapse in concentration was all it took. When I looked up, the forest had changed. The trees seemed to press in closer, their branches reaching out like gnarled fingers. I turned and ran. Branches whipped at my face as I crashed through the underbrush. The logical part of my brain screamed at me to stop, to orient myself. But fear had taken over. Behind me, I could hear something moving through the forest. Not with the clumsy desperation of my flight, but with a deliberate predatory grace. My lungs burned as I pushed myself harder. In the fading light, the trees all looked the same. Any sense of direction lost in the chaos of my flight. I burst into a small clearing, momentarily relieved by the open space. That's when I saw it. At the far edge of the clearing stood a figure that defied description. In the twilight, it was little more than a silhouette, but its wrongness was immediately apparent. It stood on 4 legs, its body low to the ground like some great cat. But its proportions were all wrong. Too large, too angular. Its head, perched on a thick, corded neck, swiveled to face me. In the gathering gloom, I caught a glimpse of eyes that glowed with an unnatural intelligence. For a moment, we stood frozen, hunter and prey locked in a primal standoff. Then it moved. It crossed the clearing in 3 impossible bounds, covering ground faster than anything I'd ever seen. I dove to the side, feeling the rush of air as massive claws swept through the space where I'd been standing. I scrambled to my feet, my hand closing around a fallen branch. It wasn't much of a weapon, but it was all I had. The creature circled me, its movements fluid and purposeful. In the dim light, I could make out more details of its bizarre anatomy. The way its skin seemed to shift and blend with the forest around it, the unnatural angles of its joints. It lunged again, and I swung the branch with all my might. There was a satisfying crack as wood met flesh. But my victory was short-lived. The branch shattered, leaving me defenseless as the creature reared back for another attack. I turned to run, but my foot caught in a tangle of roots. I went down hard, the air driven from my lungs. As I gasped for breath, I rolled onto my back, expecting to see the monster looming over me. Instead, I found myself alone in the clearing. The creature had vanished as suddenly as it had appeared, leaving nothing but the sound of my ragged breathing and the pounding of my heart. Slowly, painfully, I pulled myself to my feet. Every shadow seemed to hide a threat, every rustle of leaves a potential attack. I had to get out of these woods, to find help and warn others about what was out there. But as I looked around the unfamiliar clearing, a chilling realization set in. In my blind panic, I had run deeper into the wilderness, away from the trail and any hope of easy rescue. The sun had set, leaving me in near total darkness. My flashlight, along with most of my gear, had been lost in my frantic flight. I was lost, alone, and being hunted by something that shouldn't exist, and the long night was just beginning. The darkness of the forest pressed in around me, a living thing that seemed to breathe with malevolent intent. Every snapping twig, every rustle of leaves sent a jolt of adrenaline through my system. I moved cautiously, straining my eyes to make out shapes in the gloom. My training kicked in, forcing me to take stock of my situation. I had no light, no weapon, and no clear idea of my location. The temperature was dropping rapidly, and my torn shirt offered little protection against the chill. Worst of all, something was out there, something that defied explanation and seemed intent on making me its prey. I needed to find shelter, to regroup and come up with a plan. As my eyes adjusted to the darkness, I spotted a rocky outcropping a short distance away. It wasn't ideal, but it would provide some cover in a defensible position. As I made my way towards the rocks, a sound stopped me in my tracks. It was faint at first, barely audible over the pounding of my heart, but it grew clearer, sending ice through my veins. Whispers. They seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere, a chorus of voices just on the edge of comprehension. I couldn't make out words, but the tone was unmistakable, hungry, eager, filled with a terrible anticipation. I broke into a run, scrambling up the rocky slope. The whispers followed, growing louder, more insistent. As I reached the top of the outcropping, I pressed my back against a large boulder, trying to control my ragged breathing. The voices faded, replaced by an oppressive silence. But the feeling of being watched, of being hunted, remained. I closed my eyes, forcing myself to think rationally. I needed a fire for warmth and to keep predators at bay. I needed to find water, and most importantly, I needed to figure out where I was and how to get back to civilization. As I opened my eyes, movement in the forest below caught my attention. At first I thought it was just shadows playing tricks on my overtaxed mind. But as I watched, the darkness itself seemed to shift and flow, coalescing into vaguely humanoid shapes that drifted between the trees. I blinked hard, convinced I was hallucinating. When I looked again, the shapes were gone. But a new sound had replaced the whispers, a low rhythmic thrumming that seemed to vibrate through the very rock beneath me. The rational part of my mind insisted that there had to be a logical explanation. Exhaustion, fear, and the trauma of what I'd witnessed were clearly affecting my perceptions. But a deeper, more primal part of me knew that I had stumbled into something beyond the realm of normal explanation. As the night wore on, I drifted in and out of a fitful sleep, never fully losing awareness of my surroundings. Each time I opened my eyes, the forest seemed different. Trees where there had been none before, paths that twisted in impossible ways, and always, at the edge of my vision, those half-glimpsed shapes, watching and waiting. By the time the first gray light of dawn began to filter through the trees, I was shivering uncontrollably, as much from fear as from the cold. I had survived the night, but I knew with grim certainty that my ordeal was far from over. As I stood on shaky legs, preparing to leave my meager shelter, a sound from the forest below froze me in place. It was a howl, but unlike anything I'd ever heard before, part animal, part human, and filled with an otherworldly hunger that made my blood run cold. Whatever was out there, it was on the move, and it was coming for me. The howl galvanized me into action. Survival instinct overrode fear, and I found myself moving before I had consciously decided to do so. I scrambled down the rocky outcropping, my muscles protesting after hours of tense immobility. As my feet hit the forest floor, another howl split the air. Closer this time. I picked a direction at random and ran, my only goal to put as much distance between myself and that sound as possible. The pre-dawn forest was a maze of shadows and half-light. Branches clawed at my face and arms as I crashed through the underbrush. My lungs burned and each breath felt like inhaling fire. But still I ran, driven by the primal fear of becoming prey. Behind me, I could hear movement, the snap of branches, the rustle of leaves. Whatever was chasing me wasn't trying to be stealthy anymore. It was gaining ground, and fast. I risked a glance over my shoulder and immediately wished I hadn't. The thing I had seen the night before was there, but in the gray light of dawn, its true form was revealed in all its horrifying glory. It moved on four legs, its body low to the ground like some monstrous big cat, but its skin was a patchwork of fur, scales, and what looked disturbingly like bark, constantly shifting and changing to blend with its surroundings. Its head was elongated, somewhere between a wolf's muzzle and a reptile's snout, filled with rows of needle-sharp teeth. But it was the eyes that truly chilled me to my core. They gleamed with an intelligence that was decidedly unanimal, filled with a malevolent hunger that I knew, with bone-deep certainty, could never be satisfied. The creature let out another of those otherworldly howls, and to my horror, it was answered by similar cries from the forest around us. There was more than one of these things, and they were coordinating, trying to cut off my escape. I veered sharply to the left, hoping to throw off their pursuit. My foot caught on an exposed root, and I went down hard, tumbling down a steep embankment. Pain exploded through my body as I rolled, unable to stop my descent. I came to a stop at the bottom, dazed and battered. As I struggled to my feet, I realized I had fallen into a dry creek bed. The high banks on either side created a natural channel, a potential path out of this nightmare, but also a perfect trap if the creatures caught up to me. There was no time to weigh my options. I could hear them coming, their howls growing closer by the second. I took off down the creek bed, my feet slipping on loose stones and debris. The chase seemed to go on forever, my world narrowing to the pounding of my heart and the burning in my muscles. I was running on pure adrenaline now, each step a miracle of will over exhaustion. Just as I felt my strength beginning to fail, the creek bed widened, opening into a small clearing. In the center stood the ruins of an old cabin, its walls sagging and roof long since collapsed. It wasn't much, but it was the only shelter in sight. I made a final desperate sprint for the cabin, practically falling through the doorway as I heard the creatures burst into the clearing behind me. I slammed the rotting door shut, bracing it with my body as howls of frustration filled the air outside. As I fought to catch my breath, my eyes darted around the cabin's interior, looking for anything I could use as a weapon or to barricade the door. But what I saw made my blood run cold. The walls were covered in crude drawings and symbols, some carved directly into the wood, others painted in what looked disturbingly like dried blood. They depicted scenes of violence and transformation, humans twisting into bestial shapes, forests coming alive with malevolent intent. And there, scratched into the floorboards at my feet, was a message that made my heart stop. They are the forest, and the forest is them. Run or become. As the creatures outside began to circle the cabin, their claws scraping against the wooden walls, I realized with growing horror that I had stumbled into something far older and far more terrifying than I could have ever imagined, and my chances of escaping with my humanity intact were growing slimmer by the second. The cabin creaked and groaned around me, its decrepit walls the only barrier between me and the horrors outside. I could hear them circling, their claws scraping against the wood, testing for weaknesses. Every few moments, one would let out a bone-chilling howl, answered by others in the distance. They were calling for reinforcements. I knew I couldn't stay here long, but for the moment I had a chance to catch my breath and try to make sense of what was happening. My eyes were drawn back to the crude drawings on the walls. In the dim light filtering through cracks in the roof, I could make out more details. The images told a story, a dark history of these woods that sent shivers down my spine. They showed early settlers encountering something in the forest, something that changed them, human figures twisted and warped, merging with trees and animals to become monstrous hybrids. And always, watching over these scenes of transformation, was a larger figure, a presence that seemed to embody the forest itself. As I studied the drawings, pieces started to fall into place. Old legends I'd dismissed as campfire stories suddenly took on new, terrifying significance. The locals had always said these woods were different, that they had a will of their own. I'd laughed it off as superstition. Now, faced with the evidence of my own eyes and the horrors outside, I wasn't laughing anymore. A particularly loud howl snapped me back to my immediate predicament. I needed a plan, a way out of this death trap. I scanned the cabin's interior, looking for anything I could use as a weapon. In one corner, half buried under rotting floorboards, I spotted the rusted blade of an old axe. As I moved to retrieve it, my foot caught on something. I looked down to see a trapdoor, its outline barely visible beneath years of dirt and debris. With trembling hands, I brushed away the grime, revealing a heavy iron ring. The creatures outside were getting more agitated, their howls taking on a frenzied quality. I knew I was out of time. Whatever was down there couldn't be worse than what waited for me up here. I heaved the trapdoor open, revealing a narrow set of stairs descending into darkness. Without hesitation, I grabbed the axe and plunged into the unknown, pulling the trapdoor shut behind me. The darkness was absolute, the air thick with the musty smell of long undisturbed earth. I felt my way down the stairs, every creak and groan sending my heart racing. Above, I could hear the creatures' frustration as they lost my scent. At the bottom of the stairs, my outstretched hands met cold stone. I was in some kind of underground chamber. As my eyes adjusted to the gloom, I began to make out shapes, shelves lined with jars, tables covered in strange instruments, and at the center of it all, a large stone slab carved with intricate symbols. This place was old, far older than the cabin above. It had the feel of a sanctuary, a place of power and secrets, but it was also a tomb. In one corner, slumped against the wall, was a skeleton clad in the tattered remains of what might have once been a park ranger's uniform. Clutched in its bony hands was a leather-bound journal. With shaking fingers, I pried it free and opened it to the last entry. The handwriting was frantic, barely legible. May 17, 1986. They're coming. I can hear them in the woods, in my head. The forest is alive, and it's angry. We woke something old. It's changing everything, turning the animals, the trees, even people. This place is the key. The symbols, the rituals, they can control it, maybe even stop it. But I'm out of time. To whoever finds this, don't let them take you. Don't let the forest in. And whatever you do, don't. The entry ended abruptly, a long scrawl of ink trailing off the page. I flipped through the rest of the journal, my mind reeling. It was filled with observations, theories, and rituals. The desperate work of someone trying to understand and combat what was happening in these woods. As I read, a plan began to form in my mind. If this place truly held power over the forest and its creatures, maybe I could use it to escape. But as I turned to examine the stone slab more closely, a sound from above made my blood run cold. The trapdoor was opening. They had found me. And as heavy footsteps began to descend the stairs, I realized that my time for study and planning had run out. Whatever I was going to do, I had to do it now. The true test of survival was about to begin. Time seemed to slow as I heard the heavy footsteps descending the stairs. My mind raced, trying to process everything I had learned and formulate a plan. The journal had mentioned rituals, symbols that could control or maybe even stop whatever force was at work in these woods. But I had no idea how to perform them, and certainly no time to learn. I gripped the rusted axe tightly, backing away from the stairs. The chamber wasn't large, but the gloom provided some cover. Maybe if I could surprise whatever was coming down those steps, I'd have a chance. The footsteps reached the bottom of the stairs, and a figure emerged from the darkness. My heart nearly stopped. It wasn't one of the monstrous creatures I'd seen in the forest. It was a man, or at least it had been once. He stood unnaturally tall, his limbs elongated and joints bent at impossible angles. His skin had a rough bark-like texture, and in places I could see leaves and small branches sprouting from his flesh. But it was his face that truly chilled me to the core. It was a twisted amalgamation of human and plant, his eyes sunken and glowing with an otherworldly light. When he spoke, his voice was a rasp of rustling leaves and creaking wood. "You shouldn't have come here," he said, taking a step towards me. "The forest has claimed this place. It will claim you too." I raised the axe, trying to keep my voice steady. "Stay back. I don't want to hurt you." A sound like branches snapping in a storm emanated from his throat. A laugh, I realized with horror. "Hurt me? You can't hurt me. I am the forest and the forest is me, just as you will be soon enough." He lunged forward with inhuman speed. I swung the axe in desperation, feeling it connect with a sickening thud. But where I expected blood, a shower of leaves and splinters erupted from the wound. The creature that had once been a man didn't even flinch. I scrambled backwards, my back hitting the stone slab at the center of the room. As my hand brushed against the carved symbols, I felt a jolt of energy course through me. The creature hesitated, its glowing eyes fixed on the slab. In that moment of respite, a crazy idea formed in my mind. I couldn't fight this thing, couldn't outrun it, but maybe, just maybe, I could use this place of power against it. I began tracing the symbols on the slab, my fingers following the grooves carved into the stone. I had no idea what I was doing, acting purely on instinct and desperate hope. But as I traced each symbol, I felt the air in the chamber grow thick with an unseen energy. The creature let out a howl of rage and rushed towards me. But as it reached the edge of the slab, an invisible force seemed to hold it back. It thrashed and clawed at the air, its body twisting in ways that defied natural law. Emboldened, I continued tracing the symbols, my movements becoming more sure. Words I didn't understand spilled from my lips, a chant that seemed to come from somewhere deep inside me. The air crackled with energy, and the symbols on the slab began to glow with an eerie light. The creature's howls turned to screams of agony. Before my eyes, its body began to change. The bark-like skin peeled away, revealing human flesh underneath. Branches and leaves withered and fell, and in its eyes, I saw a flicker of something I recognized. Fear, yes, but also relief. As the last of the transformation faded, a man collapsed to the floor where the monster had stood. He was unconscious but breathing, his body battered but human once more. I sagged against the slab, exhaustion washing over me. Whatever I had done, it had worked, but I knew this was far from over. The journal had hinted at a larger force at work, something that controlled the forest itself, and I had a sinking feeling that by performing this ritual, I had just painted a very large target on my back. As if in response to my thoughts, a deep, rumbling growl echoed through the chamber. It didn't come from above or around me, but seemed to emanate from the very earth itself. The forest was aware of what I had done, and it was angry. I knew I couldn't stay here. With shaking hands, I gathered the journal and as many of the strange instruments from the tables as I could carry. Then, steeling myself for whatever horrors might await, I began to climb the stairs back to the world above. Emerging from the underground chamber felt like stepping into another world. The forest around the cabin had changed, becoming denser, more primordial. The trees seemed to press in closer, their branches intertwining to block out most of the sky. The air was thick and heavy, filled with an oppressive silence that set my nerves on edge. I knew I had to keep moving. The unconscious man in the chamber below was evidence that there was hope for those transformed by the forest's influence. If I could find my way back to civilization, maybe I could bring help, find a way to stop whatever was happening here. But as I took my first steps away from the cabin, I realized that navigation would be nearly impossible. The landscape had shifted, familiar landmarks twisted or simply gone. It was as if the forest itself was actively trying to confuse and disorient me. I pulled out the journal I had taken from the chamber, flipping through its pages as I walked. Most of it was indecipherable, complex diagrams, scribbled notes in what looked like multiple languages, but one phrase kept repeating: the heart of the forest. According to the journal's author, this heart was the source of the forest's power, the nexus from which its influence spread. If I could find it, maybe I could find a way to stop this madness at its source. As I pondered this, a sound cut through the unnatural silence: running water. Hope surged through me. If I could find a stream or river, it might lead me out of the forest. I moved towards the sound, pushing through dense underbrush. I broke through into a small clearing and froze. Before me was a sight that defied explanation. A massive tree stood at the center of the clearing, its trunk easily 20 feet in diameter. But it was no ordinary tree. Its bark pulsed with an internal light, and its branches reached out like grasping fingers. Most disturbing of all were the forms I could see half merged with the tree's surface: animals, plants, and what I was horrified to recognize as human shapes, all slowly being absorbed into the living wood. This, I realized with a mixture of awe and terror, must be the heart of the forest. As I stood transfixed by the nightmarish sight, I became aware of movement all around me. From between the trees emerged more of the transformed creatures, part human, part plant, part animal. They moved with eerie grace, encircling me but not attacking. A voice spoke, not with sound, but directly into my mind. It was ancient, vast, and utterly alien. "You have meddled in forces beyond your comprehension, little one," it said. "You have disrupted the great work, the merging of all life into one perfect form." Images flooded my mind, centuries of history, of the forest growing, changing, absorbing. I saw its plan: to create a new form of life, one that blended all others into a single collective consciousness. Join us, the voice urged. Become part of something greater than yourself. Resist and be destroyed. I felt a pull, an almost overwhelming urge to step forward, to allow myself to be embraced by the heart of the forest. Part of me yearned for it, to leave behind the complexities and pain of individual existence, but another part of me recoiled in horror. This wasn't evolution or ascension. It was extinction, the end of free will and individual consciousness. With every ounce of willpower I possessed, I raised the axe I still clutched in my trembling hands. "No," I said, my voice hoarse but firm. "This ends now." The forest erupted in fury. The creatures lunged forward as one, and the heart of the forest itself seemed to writhe in anger. I swung the axe in desperate arcs, knowing I was hopelessly outmatched but determined to go down fighting. As the first of the creatures reached me, a blinding light suddenly filled the clearing. The sound of engines and voices shouting broke through the forest's unnatural silence. Help had arrived. But as relief flooded through me, I knew the real battle was just beginning. The next few hours passed in a blur of activity and debriefing. A search and rescue team, alerted by my prolonged absence, had mounted a massive operation to find me. They had encountered the same disorienting effects of the forest, but sheer numbers and determination had allowed them to push through. I was whisked away to a makeshift command center on the outskirts of the National Monument. As paramedics tended to my injuries, I tried to explain what I had seen and experienced. The looks of disbelief and concern on their faces told me how crazy it all sounded. But I wasn't the only one. Other rescue team members reported strange sightings, inexplicable phenomena that defied rational explanation. And then there were the transformed humans we had managed to rescue, living proof that something beyond our understanding was at work in those woods. As the sun began to set, I found myself seated across from a stern-faced woman who introduced herself as Dr. Elena Reeves, a specialist with a classified government agency. Her questions were pointed, her demeanor suggesting she knew far more than she was letting on. "Mr. Finch," she said, her voice calm but intense, "I need you to understand the gravity of the situation. What you encountered in those woods is part of something much larger. Something that has been going on for a very long time." She produced a file folder, spreading photographs across the table between us. I recognized some of the symbols from the underground chamber, but these images showed them in various locations around the world, carved into ancient ruins, hidden in the artwork of medieval manuscripts, even incorporated into modern corporate logos. "The force you encountered," Dr. Reeves continued, "is not confined to this forest. It's a worldwide phenomenon, a kind of sentient ecosystem that has existed alongside humanity for millennia, usually dormant, but occasionally active." My mind reeled at the implications. But why here? Why now? Dr. Reeves' expression darkened. Climate change, deforestation, the rapid loss of biodiversity. We believe these factors have triggered a kind of immune response. The living planet trying to defend itself against what it perceives as a threat. She leaned forward, her eyes locked on mine. "Mr. Finch, the ritual you performed in that chamber has bought us time, but it's only a temporary solution. The forest will recover, and when it does, its reaction will be even more severe." "What can we do?" I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. "We fight back," she said firmly. "With knowledge, with science, and yes, with the very rituals and symbols you discovered. But we need people like you, people who have seen the truth and have the courage to face it." As Dr. Reeves spoke, I felt a weight settling onto my shoulders. I knew that by walking out of those woods, I had stepped into a much larger world, one filled with wonders and terrors beyond imagination. The life I had known was over, but as I looked at the photos spread before me, at the faces of the people we had managed to save, I knew I had no choice. Whatever the cost, whatever the danger, I had to see this through. "When do we start?" I asked. Dr. Reeves allowed herself a small smile. "We already have." As night fell over the forest, I could have sworn I heard a distant, angry howl. The battle for the future of humanity had begun, and I was now on the front lines. The summer of 2004 in Pittsburgh was unusually hot and stifling. I remember the way the heat shimmered off the asphalt, how it clung to my skin like an unwelcome second layer. My name is Nico Bear, and back then, I was just another face in the crowd of young professionals trying to make their mark in the Steel City. My days were a blur of client meetings and design mock-ups at the small graphic design firm where I worked. Nights were spent nursing beers at local dives, complaining about the heat, and dreaming of something more. Anything to break the monotony. It was on one of these sticky Friday evenings that Ivan burst into O'Malley's, our regular haunt, with a glint in his eye that I'd come to recognize as trouble. "Guys, I've got it," he announced, sliding into our booth. "The perfect escape." Mark, ever the pragmatist, raised an eyebrow. "Last time you said that, we ended up lost in Ohiopyle State Park for 6 hours. I chuckled, remembering that misadventure. Ivan had a knack for grand ideas that often fell short in execution, but his enthusiasm was infectious, and God knows we needed some excitement. No, this is different," Ivan insisted, leaning in conspiratorially. "My family's old cabin in Allegheny National Forest. It's been sitting empty for years. We could head up there for the weekend, do some fishing, grill some burgers. Complete disconnection from the world." The idea was tempting, a weekend away from the suffocating city, surrounded by nature. No cell phones, no deadlines, no responsibilities. "I don't know, man," Mark said, his forehead creasing with worry lines. "Isn't that place pretty remote? What if something goes wrong?" I watched as Ivan's face fell slightly. He and Mark had been friends since college, but they were polar opposites. Ivan was all impulse and adventure, while Mark approached life with the caution of a bomb disposal expert. "That's the beauty of it," Ivan countered. "We'll be on our own like real outdoorsmen. Come on, when's the last time we did something spontaneous?" I found myself nodding along. "You know, it doesn't sound half bad. I could use a break from the grind." Mark still looked unconvinced, but I could see him wavering. "What about supplies? We can't just rush off into the wilderness unprepared." "We've got all day tomorrow to get ready," Ivan said, his excitement building. "I've got some old camping gear we can use. We'll stock up on food, bring plenty of beer. It'll be like those trips we used to take in college, remember?" As Ivan spoke, I felt a familiar stirring of anticipation. It had been too long since we'd done something like this. Life had a way of boxing you in, of making you forget the thrill of the unknown. "I'm in," I said, surprising myself with my decisiveness. Mark sighed, a sound of resigned acceptance. "Fine, but we're bringing a first aid kit, and extra batteries, and a map." Ivan whooped, clapping Mark on the back. "That's the spirit. Trust me, guys. This is going to be a weekend we'll never forget." As we clinked our beer bottles together, sealing our pact, I had no idea how prophetic Ivan's words would prove to be. No idea of the terror that awaited us in those dark ancient woods. The next day was a flurry of activity. We met at Ivan's place, his living room a chaos of sleeping bags, coolers, and camping equipment in various states of disrepair. Mark, true to form, arrived with a backpack that seemed to contain half a hardware store. "Just in case," he said defensively, as Ivan and I exchanged amused glances. We spent the morning checking gear, making lists, and arguing good-naturedly about what constituted essential items. By early afternoon, Ivan's beat-up Jeep was packed to the brim, and we were ready to hit the road. As we pulled away from the curb, leaving behind the familiar streets of Pittsburgh, I felt a mix of excitement and a strange, nagging apprehension. I chalked it up to pre-trip jitters and pushed it aside, focusing instead on the adventure ahead. Little did I know that this seemingly innocent camping trip would become the crucible in which our friendships and our sanity would be tested. The horrors that awaited us in Allegheny National Forest would change us forever, leaving scars both seen and unseen. But as we drove north, windows down and music blaring, We were just three friends chasing a break from the ordinary, blissfully unaware that we were driving straight into the heart of a nightmare. The drive north was a blur of fading urban sprawl, giving way to rolling hills and increasingly dense forests. Ivan's old Jeep Cherokee rattled along the highway, packed to the brim with our gear. The air grew cooler as we climbed in elevation, a welcome respite from Pittsburgh's oppressive heat. Mark sat in the back, nose buried in a detailed topographical map of Allegheny National Forest. "You sure you remember how to get there, Ivan?" he asked for what felt like the 100th time. Ivan rolled his eyes, hands tightening slightly on the steering wheel. "Yes, Mom. It's been a while, but some things you don't forget." I watched the tension build between them, a familiar dynamic. "Hey, how about some music?" I suggested, reaching for the radio dial. As we delved deeper into Pennsylvania's northern reaches, the landscape became wilder, more untamed. Towering pines replaced deciduous trees, their branches reaching out over the road like grasping fingers. The shadows they cast seemed to grow longer, darker. "Should be coming up on the turnoff soon," Ivan murmured, more to himself than to us. His eyes scanned the roadside, searching for familiar landmarks. Suddenly, he jerked the wheel, sending us bumping down a rutted dirt road I would have missed entirely. "This is it," he announced triumphantly. The road, if you could call it that, was barely wide enough for the Jeep. Branches scraped against the sides of the vehicle as we inched our way deeper into the forest. The sun, already low in the sky, was almost entirely blocked out by the thick canopy above. "Jesus, Ivan," Mark muttered from the back seat. "When you said remote, you weren't kidding." I felt a chill run down my spine that had nothing to do with the dropping temperature. The forest pressed in around us, ancient and indifferent. For the first time, I wondered if we'd made a mistake in coming here. After what felt like hours but was probably only 20 minutes, the trees parted to reveal a small clearing, and there, nestled against the edge of the forest, stood Ivan's family cabin. Rustic was a generous description. The cabin was a simple, single-story structure of weathered logs. A sagging porch ran along the front, and a stone chimney climbed up one side. It looked like it had been standing there since before the Revolutionary War, stubbornly resisting the forest's attempts to reclaim it. "Home sweet home," Ivan declared, killing the engine. We piled out of the Jeep, stretching cramped muscles and breathing in the crisp mountain air. The silence was profound, broken only by the whisper of wind through the trees and the occasional bird call. As we unloaded our gear, I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. I kept glancing over my shoulder, half expecting to see something lurking at the tree line, but there was never anything there, just shadows and swaying branches. Inside, the cabin was musty and thick with dust. Cobwebs festooned every corner, and the floorboards creaked ominously underfoot. But it was shelter, and after a bit of cleaning, it started to feel almost cozy. We got a fire going in the old pot-bellied stove, chasing away the chill and some of the gloom. As night fell, we sat around the rickety kitchen table, nursing beers and playing cards by lantern light. "See," Ivan said, gesturing expansively. "What did I tell you, perfect getaway?" Mark nodded grudgingly. "It's not bad. Quiet at least." I murmured agreement, but I couldn't fully relax. There was something about this place, something that set my nerves on edge. I told myself it was just the unfamiliarity, the isolation, but deep down, a part of me knew it was more than that. As we turned in for the night, settling onto creaky cots with our sleeping bags, I lay awake, listening to the unfamiliar sounds of the forest. The wind in the trees sounded almost like whispers, and somewhere in the distance, something howled. I pulled my sleeping bag tighter around me and tried to convince myself it was just my imagination running wild. But as I drifted off into an uneasy sleep, I couldn't shake the feeling that coming here had been a terrible mistake. I jolted awake, heart pounding, unsure what had disturbed me. The cabin was pitch black, the fire having died down to embers. For a moment, I was completely disoriented, the unfamiliar surroundings adding to my confusion. Then I heard it again, the sound that had woken me. A low, scraping noise like something being dragged across the outer wall of the cabin. "Guys," I whispered, my voice sounding unnaturally loud in the stillness. "You hear that?" Avine stirred on his cot, mumbling incoherently. Mark sat up, instantly alert. "What is it?" he asked, voice tense. The scraping sound came again, closer this time, near one of the windows. We all froze, straining our ears. "Probably just a branch," Ivan said, but he didn't sound convinced. Mark reached for his flashlight, flicking it on. The beam cut through the darkness, illuminating dust motes and casting long shadows. Slowly we got up, moving towards the window. The floorboards creaked beneath our feet, and I winced at each sound, irrationally afraid of alerting whatever was out there to our presence. We peered out into the night, but the flashlight's beam couldn't penetrate far into the inky blackness. The trees loomed, their branches swaying slightly in a breeze we couldn't feel. And then we saw them, two pinpricks of light, reflecting the flashlight beam. Eyes watching us from the edge of the clearing. "Holy shit," Ivan breathed. The eyes blinked once, slowly, then vanished. We stood there frozen, for what felt like hours but was probably only minutes. Eventually Mark broke the silence. "It's gone now. Probably just a deer or something." But we all knew it wasn't a deer. Deer don't drag themselves along cabin walls. Deer don't watch you with that kind of intelligence, that kind of hunger. None of us slept much after that. We huddled around the rekindled fire, talking in low voices about anything and everything except what we'd seen. As dawn broke, painting the forest in shades of gray and pale gold, we all pretended to believe it had been nothing more than a shared hallucination, born of unfamiliar surroundings and too many ghost stories. But I saw the way Ivan's hands shook as he made coffee, the tightness around Mark's eyes as he scanned the tree line. We were all on edge, jumping at every sound. "So, what's the plan for today?" I asked, desperate for some normalcy. Ivan latched onto the question like a lifeline. "I thought we could try our luck fishing. There's a lake about a mile east of here." Mark nodded enthusiastically. "Sounds good. Fresh air, sunshine. Just what we need." We all pointedly ignored the fact that what we really needed was to get the hell out of these woods. But none of us wanted to be the first to suggest cutting our trip short. It would have meant admitting that we were scared, that the thing we'd seen was real. So instead we gathered our fishing gear and set out, leaving the relative safety of the cabin behind. The forest was different in the daylight, less menacing, but no less alien. Birds called to each other in the canopy above, and small animals rustled in the underbrush. We tried to keep the conversation light as we hiked, joking and reminiscing about past trips. But there was an undercurrent of tension, a wariness that hadn't been there before. We all kept glancing over our shoulders, starting at sudden noises. The lake, when we reached it, was beautiful. Crystal clear water reflected the sky like a mirror, surrounded by towering pines. On any other day it would have been idyllic, but now it just felt exposed. We sat up on the shore, casting our lines into the still water. For a while it almost felt normal. We caught a few small trout, congratulating each other and speculating about how we'd cook them. But as the day wore on, I noticed Mark growing increasingly agitated. He kept staring across the lake, towards the far shore where the trees grew right up to the water's edge. "You okay, man?" I asked, following his gaze but seeing nothing unusual. He startled, then tried to smile. "Yeah, just thought I saw something. Trick of the light, probably." But I knew he was lying, and as I looked more closely, I saw it too. A figure, standing just inside the tree line, too far away to make out any details, but unmistakably human-shaped, and it was watching us. "Guys," I said, my mouth suddenly dry, "I think we should head back." Ivan opened his mouth to protest, but then he saw it too. The color drained from his face. "Yeah," he said weakly. "Yeah, let's go." We packed up quickly, all pretense of enjoying ourselves abandoned. As we hurried back through the forest, the shadows seemed to deepen, the trees pressing in closer, every snapping twig Every rustle of leaves sounded like footsteps following us. By the time we reached the cabin, we were all but running. We burst through the door, slamming it behind us and throwing the bolt. For a long moment, we all just stood there, panting and wide-eyed. Then Mark broke the silence. "What the hell is going on here, Ivan?" The question hung in the air, heavy with accusation and fear. Ivan's face was a mask of confusion and growing panic. "I don't know," he said, his voice cracking. "I swear, I don't know what's happening." Mark paced the small confines of the cabin, agitation evident in every movement. "This isn't normal. That thing we saw last night, and now this figure by the lake. This isn't some animal, Ivan. What aren't you telling us?" I watched the exchange, my own fear and confusion mounting. Part of me wanted to believe there was a rational explanation for everything we'd experienced. But a larger part knew we had stumbled into something beyond our understanding. "Guys, calm down," I said, trying to be the voice of reason even as my own thoughts raced. "Let's think this through. What do we actually know?" Mark stopped pacing, turning to face me. "We know there's something out there, something that's watching us, following us, and it's not animal, not entirely." Ivan slumped onto one of the cots, head in his hands. "I swear I didn't know about any of this. The cabin's been in my family for generations, but we haven't used it in years. If there were stories, legends, I never heard them." A heavy silence fell over us. Outside, the sun was setting, painting the forest in deep reds and purples. Soon it would be dark again. "We need to leave," Mark said finally. "First thing in the morning, we pack up and get out of here." Ivan and I nodded in agreement. None of us relished the idea of another night in the cabin, but the thought of trying to navigate the treacherous forest road in the dark was even worse. We set about securing the cabin as best we could, checking windows and barricading the door with what little furniture we had. Ivan found an old shotgun in a closet, but the ancient weapon provided little comfort. As night fell, we huddled around the stove, talking in low voices and jumping at every sound. Sleep was out of the question. We took turns keeping watch, peering out into the darkness for any sign of movement. It was during my watch, in the coldest, darkest hour before dawn, that I heard it, a low, mournful sound, somewhere between a howl and a moan. It echoed through the trees, sending shivers down my spine. "Guys," I hissed, waking Ivan and Mark from their fitful dozing. "Listen." The sound came again, closer this time, and with it a rhythmic thumping, like heavy footsteps approaching the cabin. We huddled together, weapons at the ready, Ivan with the shotgun, Mark with his hunting knife, me with a heavy flashlight. The thumping grew louder, and then something slammed against the door with enough force to make the whole cabin shudder. "Oh God," Ivan whimpered. "Oh God, oh God." The pounding continued, interspersed with that terrible moaning howl. Wood splintered, and I knew the door wouldn't hold much longer. "The back door," Mark whispered urgently. "We have to make a run for it." It was insanity, fleeing into the dark forest with that thing right outside. But staying meant certain death. We grabbed our packs, already prepared for a quick escape, and crept towards the rear of the cabin. The pounding at the front door reached a crescendo, and with a final, mighty crash, it gave way. "Now!" Mark yelled, throwing open the back door. We burst out into the night, running blindly into the forest. Behind us, I heard a roar of frustration and the sound of pursuit. Branches whipped at our faces as we ran, roots threatening to trip us at every step. I could hear Ivan gasping for breath beside me, Mark's steady footfalls just ahead, and behind us, always behind us, the sound of something large crashing through the underbrush. We ran until our lungs burned and our legs trembled, the adrenaline of fear pushing us beyond our limits. Finally, we broke through the trees into a small clearing, moonlight illuminating a decrepit structure the old ranger station Ivan had mentioned. "Inside," Mark commanded, and we didn't need to be told twice. We threw ourselves through the door, slamming it shut behind us. For a moment we just stood there, gasping for air, listening intently for any sound of pursuit. But there was nothing. just the wind in the trees and the pounding of our own hearts. As the adrenaline faded, the reality of our situation set in. We were lost in the forest, miles from help, with some unknown horror hunting us. "What do we do now?" Ivan asked, his voice small and frightened. Mark, always the practical one, was already examining our surroundings. "We need to find a way to contact help. There has to be a radio or something here." I nodded, forcing myself to focus. "Okay, let's search the place. And let's stick together. No one goes anywhere alone." As we began to explore the ranger station, I couldn't shake the feeling that this was only the beginning. Whatever was out there, whatever had driven us from the cabin, wasn't going to give up easily. And as the night wore on, I wondered if any of us would make it out of these woods alive. The old ranger station was a time capsule, a relic from a bygone era. Dust-covered furniture and outdated equipment filled the small space, creating an eerie atmosphere of abandonment. The air was thick with the musty smell of decay and disuse. Mark immediately set about searching for anything we could use to call for help. Avon slumped into a chair, his face pale and drawn. I took up position by the window, peering out into the darkness, every muscle tense as I waited for some sign of our pursuer. "Found something," Mark's excited whisper cut through the tense silence. He held up an ancient-looking radio, its dials caked with grime. "No idea if it still works, but it's our best shot." We gathered around as Mark fiddled with the dials, static hissing from the speakers. For long, agonizing minutes, there was nothing but white noise. Then, miraculously, a voice crackled through. "Ranger Station 4, come in. This is headquarters, over." We looked at each other, hope dawning on our faces. Mark grabbed the microphone. "Hello? Can anyone hear us? We need help." There was a pause. Then the voice came again, clearer this time. "This is Ranger McAllister. Who am I speaking with? What's your situation?" Mark quickly explained our predicament, trying to convey the urgency without sounding completely unhinged. There was a long silence after he finished. "Stay where you are," Ranger McAllister finally said, his voice grave. "I'm on my way. Do not, under any circumstances, leave that station. Over and out." The radio went silent, leaving us in a mixture of relief and renewed tension. Help was coming, but we still had to survive until it arrived. "What do you think he knows?" Ivan asked, voicing the question we were all thinking. He didn't seem surprised. Before anyone could answer, a sound from outside froze us in place, a low guttural growl, followed by the snap of breaking branches. "It found us," I whispered, backing away from the window. The growl came again, closer this time. Something heavy slammed against the outer wall of the station, making the whole structure shudder. "We need weapons," Mark said, his voice tight with controlled fear. We frantically searched the station, grabbing anything that could be used as a weapon. I found an old fire axe, its head rusted but still sharp. Mark armed himself with a heavy flashlight and a letter opener that looked more decorative than functional. Ivan, still pale and shaking, clutched a chair leg he'd broken off. The pounding continued, punctuated by that awful growling. Whatever was out there, it was trying to get in. "What do we do?" Ivan whispered, his knuckles white around his makeshift weapon. Mark's face was grim. "We hold out. Help is coming. We just need to survive until then." A window shattered, showering the floor with broken glass. A long dark arm snaked through the opening, groping blindly. Without thinking, I swung the axe, aiming for the limb. There was a sickening thud as the blade connected, followed by a howl of pain. The arm withdrew, leaving behind a smear of dark viscous fluid on the windowsill. "Jesus," Ivan breathed, looking like he might be sick. But we had no time to process what had just happened. The attack intensified, the creature throwing itself against the walls and doors with renewed fury. We took up defensive positions, backs to each other, weapons at the ready. The minutes stretched into hours, each moment an eternity of tension and fear. Just when I thought we couldn't hold out any longer, when the walls seemed ready to give way under the relentless assault, we heard it. the distant rumble of an engine growing louder. The creature outside must have heard it too. With a final, frustrated roar, it retreated into the forest. Moments later, headlights cut through the darkness. A truck pulled up, and a burly man in a ranger's uniform stepped out, shotgun in hand. "You boys all right?" Ranger McAllister called out. We stumbled out of the station, relief making our legs weak. The ranger's eyes widened as he took in our battered appearance and the damage to the station. "Let's get you out of here," he said grimly. "We can talk on the way." As we piled into Ranger McAllister's truck, the adrenaline that had kept us going began to wear off. The events of the night crashed over me in a wave of delayed shock and exhaustion. The ranger drove swiftly but carefully along the narrow forest road, his eyes constantly scanning the trees around us. The shotgun lay across his lap, a silent reminder that we weren't out of danger yet. "So," McAllister said after a few minutes of tense silence, "want to tell me exactly what happened out there?" We took turns recounting our experience, from the first night at the cabin to our desperate flight to the ranger station. McAllister listened without comment, his expression growing more grave with each passing moment. When we finished, he let out a long, weary sigh. "I was afraid of this," he muttered, almost to himself. "You know what that thing is?" Mark asked, leaning forward from the back seat. McAllister was quiet for a long moment, as if weighing his words carefully. "There are things in these woods," he said finally, "that don't show up in any guidebook. Things that most folks don't believe in, don't want to believe in." A chill ran down my spine at his words. "What kind of things?" The ranger's grip tightened on the steering wheel. "Old things, hungry things. The kind of things that were here long before us and will be here long after we're gone." We all digested this in silence. Part of me wanted to dismiss it as superstition, but after what we'd seen and experienced, I couldn't. Suddenly, McAllister slammed on the brakes, the truck skidding to a halt. In the headlights, a massive dark shape loomed on the road ahead. "Oh God," Ivan whimpered from beside me. The shape moved, resolving itself into a vaguely humanoid form. But it was too tall, too thin to be human. Its limbs were impossibly long, ending in wickedly curved claws, and its face, where there should have been a face, there was only a smooth, blank expanse of skin. "Hold on," McAllister growled, throwing the truck into reverse. We shot backwards, the engine roaring. In the rearview mirror, I saw the creature loping after us, moving with a terrible fluid grace. McAllister spun the wheel, the truck fishtailing as we careened down a side road. Branches whipped against the windows as we plunged deeper into the forest. "Where are we going?" Mark yelled over the engine's roar. "There's an old fire road up ahead," McAllister shouted back. "If we can make it there, we might have a chance." The truck bounced and jolted over the uneven ground. In the darkness beyond our headlights, I caught glimpses of movement, shadows flitting between the trees. "There's more than one," I realized with dawning horror. McAllister nodded grimly. "They hunt in packs." We burst out of the trees onto a wider dirt road. McAllister floored the accelerator, and we shot forward. For a moment, I dared to hope we might make it. Then something massive slammed into the side of the truck. We spun out of control, tires skidding on loose gravel. There was a sickening lurch as we tipped over, and then we were rolling, the world turning into a chaos of shattering glass and screeching metal. When the motion finally stopped, I found myself hanging upside down, held in place by my seatbelt. Disoriented and in pain, I looked around frantically for the others. Mark was already cutting himself free with his pocket knife. Ivan hung limply in his seat, a gash on his forehead bleeding freely. McAllister was nowhere to be seen. "We need to move," Mark said urgently, reaching over to help me with my seatbelt. "Can you walk?" I nodded, though I wasn't entirely sure. We managed to drag Ivan out of the wreck, supporting him between us. And then we were running again, stumbling through the dark forest with no idea where we were going. Behind us, I could hear the creatures crashing through the underbrush, getting closer with each passing second. We ran blindly through the night, branches whipping at our faces, roots threatening to trip us at every step. Ivan was barely conscious, a dead weight between Mark and me. The sounds of pursuit grew louder, closer. I could hear the creature's heavy breathing, the snap of twigs under their feet. They were toying with us, I realized. They could have caught us at any time, but they were drawing out the chase, savoring our fear. Just when I thought we couldn't go on any longer, when my legs were ready to give out and my lungs burned with each breath, we broke through the trees into a clearing. And there, like a beacon of hope, stood a small cabin. "There," Mark gasped. "Come on." We stumbled towards the structure, praying it wasn't locked. Behind us, I heard a triumphant howl. They knew we were cornered. The door thankfully swung open at Mark's touch, and we tumbled inside, slamming it shut behind us. Mark dragged a heavy table in front of the door, while I lowered Ivan onto a dusty couch. "Where are we?" I asked, looking around the small, rustic interior. Mark shook his head. "No idea. But it's shelter, at least for now." A thud against the outer wall made us both jump. They were here. We huddled in the center of the room, watching as the walls shook under the creature's assault. The windows rattled in their frames, and I knew it was only a matter of time before they gave way. "What do we do now?" I whispered, gripping my axe so tightly my knuckles were white. Mark's face was grim in the dim light. "We fight. It's all we can do." A window shattered, and a long, clawed arm reached through. Mark swung his flashlight, connecting with a satisfying crunch. The arm withdrew, but I knew it was only temporary. The attack intensified. The cabin groaned and creaked under the onslaught. Dust rained down from the ceiling, and I wondered how much longer the structure would hold. And then, cutting through the chaos, we heard it. The distinctive thump, thump, thump of helicopter blades. "Help," I breathed, hardly daring to believe it. "Help is coming." The creatures must have heard it too. Their attacks became more frenzied, more desperate. They knew their time was running out. A spotlight swept over the clearing, momentarily blinding us. And then, incredibly, I heard human voices shouting, the sharp retort of gunfire. The creatures retreated, melting back into the forest with inhuman speed. One moment they were there, throwing themselves against the cabin walls, and the next they were gone, leaving behind only scratch marks and a lingering sense of terror. We stumbled out of the cabin, blinking in the harsh light of the helicopter spotlight. A team of heavily armed men in tactical gear surrounded us, their weapons trained on the tree line. "Are you all right?" one of them shouted over the noise of the helicopter. I nodded numbly, still not quite believing we had survived. As they loaded us into the helicopter, I caught a glimpse of Ranger McAllister. He was battered and bloodied, but alive. He gave me a grim nod before turning back to survey the dark forest. As we lifted off, leaving the nightmare behind, I felt a mixture of relief and lingering dread. We had escaped, but the memory of what we had experienced would stay with us forever. The days and weeks following our rescue passed in a blur of debriefings, medical examinations, and sleepless nights. The official story was that we had encountered an aggressive bear, maybe a whole pack of them. But we knew the truth, and so did the men who had rescued us. Ivan was hospitalized for a week with a severe concussion and various cuts and bruises. Mark threw himself into research, obsessively combing through folklore and cryptozoology texts for any mention of creatures like the ones we had encountered. And me, I tried to go back to my normal life, but nothing felt normal anymore. We were sworn to secrecy about what had really happened in Allegheny National Forest. The government agents who debriefed us made it clear that speaking out would have serious consequences. But even if we could have talked about it, who would have believed us? Months passed. Ivan moved away, unable to handle the memories and the nightmares. Mark's obsession grew, leading him down increasingly bizarre conspiracy theory rabbit holes. We drifted apart, each of us dealing with the trauma in our own way, but the memories never faded. Every rustle in the bushes, every unexplained sound in the night, brought it all rushing back. The terror, the helplessness, the realization that the world was far stranger and more dangerous than we had ever imagined. I find myself unable to enjoy the outdoors like I used to. Camping trips and hikes hold no appeal now. Instead, I stay in the city, surrounded by the comforting buzz of civilization. But even here, in the heart of Pittsburgh, I sometimes catch a glimpse of something out of the corner of my eye, a too tall figure lurking in an alley, a flash of inhuman movement on a rooftop. And I wonder, did we really escape that night, or did we just bring something back with us? Something ancient and hungry that has now found new hunting grounds. I don't know if I'll ever have answers. But I do know this. There are things out there in the dark, things that most people will never see or understand. And once you've seen them, once you know they exist, you can never go back to the person you were before. So if you find yourself in the woods, if you hear something moving in the shadows, or see eyes gleaming in the darkness, don't dismiss it. Don't try to rationalize it away. Run. Run as fast and as far as you can. Because the alternative, well, let's just say there are fates worse than death waiting in the wild places of the world. And to those who might be tempted to seek out these creatures, to prove their existence to the world, I have only this to say: be careful what you wish for. Some truths are better left undiscovered. Some mysteries better left unsolved. Because once you've stared into the face of the unknown, you'll find that it's been staring back at you all along. This is my story, my warning. Believe it or don't, that's up to you. But the next time you're in the woods and you hear something that doesn't quite fit, something that sends a chill down your spine, remember that there are things out there, ancient and hungry things, and they're always watching, always waiting for their next meal. Sleep well and pleasant dreams. Just don't forget to check under your bed before you turn out the lights. You never know what might be hiding in the shadows. I grew up in Durango, Colorado, where most nights end with someone suggesting a drive to nowhere. Tyler and I have been those guys since high school. Two friends in an old Tacoma, a cooler in the back, and some half-formed plan to shave 15 minutes off a trip by cutting through a section of map that looks empty. We weren't reckless, just casual about risk in the way you get when nothing bad has happened yet. By last July, we'd logged thousands of miles through the Four Corners. We knew where the paved roads ended, which convenience stores stayed open late, and which county lines went quiet after sundown. We also knew the desert near Shiprock can turn from scenic to hostile the minute the sun drops. Knowing a thing and respecting it are not the same. That afternoon we were returning from Gallup. We'd stopped to see a buddy in town and stayed longer than planned, drinking cheap beer on his porch while the afternoon stretched into early evening. The route home was straightforward, Gallup to Shiprock to Farmington to Durango, but the highways were clogged with summer traffic. Campers moved at crawling speeds, rental cars from tourists who'd never driven mountain roads, and somewhere ahead, a wreck had eastbound lanes backed up for miles. Tyler pulled up a mental map and said we could cut northwest on back roads near Shiprock, then reconnect with Highway 160 closer to the state line. He said it like we'd done it 100 times. In reality, we never had. The area was Navajo Nation land. Mostly reservation roads that weren't maintained for through traffic. He swore it would save half an hour. I checked the time on my phone. It was already past 7. We'd be chasing the last of the light, and in July that meant maybe 90 minutes before full dark. I should have said no. Should have told him we'd sit in traffic like everyone else, but I didn't want to be the cautious one. Didn't want to hear him joke about it for the next month, so I said sure. And just like that, we committed to a decision that would follow us home. We topped off at a gas station just south of Shiprock. The wind had died completely, leaving the air thick and still. Heat rolled off the concrete in visible waves. Inside, the fluorescent lights buzzed overhead, casting everything in a sterile white glow. The cooler section hummed its constant mechanical drone. We grabbed waters and beef jerky, the kind that comes in tough plastic packages that require teeth to open. The clerk was an older woman with her hair pulled back so tight it seemed to stretch her face. Her name tag was faded, unreadable. She wasn't chatty, Didn't make eye contact while scanning our items. The register beeped with each pass. When Tyler asked if the dirt roads were decent north of town, she stopped moving. Her hand hovered over the scanner. She looked at our keys dangling from Tyler's hand, then at us. Really looked at us, like she was weighing whether it was worth saying anything. Finally, she spoke. Don't go out there after dark. Not a suggestion, not advice. A statement of fact laid on the counter between us like a physical object. Tyler smiled, that easy smile he has, the one that gets him out of speeding tickets. We'll be quick, he said. Be faster, she replied, and something in her tone made my stomach tighten. Her eyes held ours for another second. Then she turned away, bagging our items with deliberate movements. We told ourselves she meant livestock on the road, flash flooding in the washes, drunk drivers weaving home. We told ourselves a lot of things in those next few minutes, standing in that fluorescent-lit store, while the clock on the wall ticked past 7:15. We paid. She didn't say goodbye. The door chimed as we left, a cheerful sound that felt wrong somehow. Outside, the sun had slid considerably lower. A thin line of orange sat above Shiprock's jagged silhouette, that volcanic plug rising from the desert floor like a broken tooth. The sky above it was deepening from blue to violet. We got in the Tacoma. Tyler adjusted the seat, checked the mirrors. I set my phone on the dash as a clock, watching the minutes display. That was all the planning we did. The first miles out of Shiprock were paved, then patched, then fractured into something that was more cracked than asphalt, then finally just dirt. A few houses sat far apart from each other, each with a couple of vehicles in various states of decay, and a dog that barely glanced our way as we passed. Satellite dishes pointed at empty sky. Laundry hung motionless on lines. 10 minutes in, the homes thinned to nothing. The road stretched long and flat, shallow washboards rattling the cup holders and making our teeth click together. The desert up there isn't empty. You can see sage and juniper, distant mesas, the bones of old fences, but it can feel empty when you don't see lights for minutes at a time. Everything looks the same: gray-green brush, red dirt, rock formations that could be landmarks or could be nothing special. We kept the windows cracked to bleed the heat from the cab. The air smelled like dust and creosote, that distinctive desert smell that gets into your clothes and stays there. I told Tyler we should turn back if we didn't hit pavement by full dark. He said we had at least 30 minutes of usable light. Dusk was already proving him wrong. The shadows were lengthening, stretching east from every rock and plant. The sun was half gone behind Shiprock, and the temperature was starting to drop fast the way it does in the desert. The road split at a cattle guard with no sign, no indication which direction led where. Tyler chose left, keeping us generally north. The speedometer hovered around 40. Any faster and the washboard would rattle us apart. Any slower and we'd never reach the highway before dark. We hadn't seen another vehicle since leaving the last paved spur. No headlights ahead, no dust trails, nothing. Somewhere out there, I couldn't say exactly where because every mile looked like the last. The sun dropped behind Shiprock completely. We lost all color in an instant. The world went from golden edge to gray to almost black in the space of 5 minutes. Headlights cut a cone ahead of us, turning the dirt pale and somehow lifeless. The cab cooled by degrees. I pulled on a jacket. At 8:19 I started counting minutes, doing math in my head about how far we might have to go. We rounded a long, gradual bend, and she was there. A person in our lane, maybe 50 yards ahead, revealed gradually by the headlights like a photograph developing. Tyler braked. The Tacoma dipped forward, gravel skidding under the tires with a sound like tearing fabric. We rolled to a crawl. Tacoma dipped forward, gravel skidding under the tires with a sound like tearing fabric. We rolled to a crawl. She looked young, maybe early 20s. Dark hair fell to her shoulders, uncombed, moving slightly in a breeze I couldn't feel through the cracked windows. She wore a pale shirt, white or light gray, hard to tell in the headlights, streaked with dust and patterns that looked like handprints. Bare legs from the knees down, bare feet on the dirt road, no shoes, no socks. One arm hung at her side, limp and motionless. The other raised in a slow, unsteady wave, palm out, then rotating inward, then back out again. The motion was mechanical, repetitive. No car, no driveway, no fence, no structure of any kind within visible range. Just her, standing in the middle of a dirt road in the dark desert, waving. "You seeing this?" Tyler's voice was tight. "Yeah." We closed the distance to maybe 20 feet, moving at walking speed now, close enough for details I didn't want. Her chin was low, shoulders rounded forward like she was cold or hurt. Her stance was uneven. The left foot seemed to hover slightly, like she couldn't or wouldn't put full weight on it. I reached for the window switch and stopped, my hand hovering over it. Something was wrong and my body had decided before my brain could name it. We'd spent years stopping for people out here. Flat tires, dead batteries, hauling 5-gallon gas cans to ranchers who'd miscalculated. This was different. Every instinct I had was screaming wrong, wrong, wrong. The hair on my arm stood up. My throat felt tight. "We should pull past and call it in," I said. "Sheriff or tribal police?" "Yeah," Tyler agreed. He inched forward. She didn't move aside. Didn't flag harder. Didn't call out. Just kept that slow, mechanical wave, her palm catching the headlights with each rotation. At 10 feet, I expected her face to change. Surprise at seeing us, relief, fear, anything. It didn't. Her lips looked split, darkened with what might have been dried blood or dirt. Her eyes stayed fixed past the bumper, not catching the light the way eyes should, not reflecting at all. The pupils seemed too large, swallowing the iris completely. I told myself there were reasons: angle, dust on her face, the quality of the headlights. But the thought didn't help. My hands had gone cold despite the jacket. Tyler eased left to go around her. I watched her as we passed, unable to look away. She rotated at the waist like a door on a hinge, not a step, not shifting her feet, tracking us without moving anything below her ribs. It wasn't a natural movement. The human spine doesn't turn like that, shouldn't turn like that. We rolled on. Tyler checked the rear view. I watched the side mirror, my breath fogging the window. She turned farther, her body still facing the direction we'd come from. Her head swiveled almost 90 degrees. The brake lights lit her face red for a moment, then dark again when Tyler's foot came off the pedal. The expression wasn't vacant or angry or scared, just wrong, misaligned somehow, like a mask worn slightly off-center. "No shoulder, no lights," I said, my voice sounding strange in my own ears. "Next intersection we call?" Tyler nodded. He was gripping the wheel too hard. I could see his knuckles white even in the dim light from the dash. We brought the speed back up to 30, then 35. No service on my phone. Not even one bar. No house within miles. Turning back meant driving past her again. Maybe stopping. Walking up to her in the dark to ask if she needed help. Going forward meant hoping for a good decision point. A place with service, with lights, with other people. I wanted pavement, signs, gas stations, something fixed and normal and bright. We drove in silence. My hands were damp with sweat. My mouth was dry. I kept checking the side mirror, but there was nothing behind us except dust and darkness. Then, motion in the beams again. Same shirt, same dark hair, same shape. This time she was only 30 feet ahead when we saw her. There were no paths, no turnoffs behind us, no way for her to have gotten ahead of us. The road had been straight for the last mile, empty in both directions. We'd been moving at 35 miles per hour. She shouldn't be there, couldn't be there. My brain tried to make it work. Maybe we'd seen someone else. Maybe there were two people out here, but the shirt was identical, the hair the same length, the stance exactly as uneven. Tyler swore, a single sharp word. He slowed just enough to steer wide, giving her space. As we drew level, maybe 6 feet of clearance between her and my door, she turned her head toward me. Not gradually, one sharp snap, like a bird spotting prey. Up close, I saw dark marks on her forearm. Distinct shapes that looked like finger impressions, like someone had grabbed her hard enough to bruise. 4 parallel lines, thumb opposite. Then we were past. Tyler accelerated harder than necessary. The engine whined. She stayed in the mirror longer than she should have, longer than physics allowed. Her arm finally dropped, but not in a normal way. It just fell, dead weight, swinging once before stopping. Then she bent forward at the waist, stiff and unnatural, her back rounding, but her legs staying locked straight, like a mannequin being folded at a joint it wasn't meant to fold at. The dashboard clock read 8:27. I couldn't make any of this make sense. The possible explanations, twins, someone playing a prank, us somehow getting turned around, none of them fit. My heart was hammering. I could feel it in my throat, in my temples. Tyler's breathing had gone shallow and quick. We kept going. The road narrowed, brush crowding closer to the edges, branches scraping the passenger side with sounds like fingernails on metal. Then it widened again, opening into a broader valley. The sky ahead lightened slightly, a faint glow that promised the highway, other cars, civilization. I told Tyler we'd stop at the first main road, first light, first anything. He nodded, eyes locked on the road ahead, hands still white-knuckled on the wheel. We hadn't seen her for 3 minutes. I'd been counting. When we crested a small rise, and there she was, closer now, offset toward our right headlight. Maybe 20 feet ahead, arms raised overhead now, not waving. Head tilted so far forward her chin nearly touched her chest, hair hanging down and obscuring her face. She swayed slightly, side to side, like she was standing in water. I felt my mouth go completely dry. Tyler, I see her. I see her. His voice was flat, empty of the easy confidence it usually carried. He didn't slow much this time, just enough to control the vehicle. The raised arms weren't waving, they twitched at the wrists. Small jerking movements that seemed involuntary. When we lined up with her, level for just a moment, her head snapped up. Hair fell away from her face. Her eyes locked onto mine through the glass. They were completely black, no white visible at all, and they tracked me with absolute focus as we passed. In the mirror, she pivoted faster than before. Her stance widened, feet spreading to shoulder width. She stepped toward us, one step, clear and deliberate, then another. Then she was closing the distance faster than walking, faster than jogging, moving in a way that my brain couldn't quite process. Her right foot was dragging and snapping forward, dragging and snapping, but it didn't slow her down at all. "She's moving," I said. My voice came out higher than normal. "I'm not looking," Tyler replied. He pressed the accelerator harder. The Tacoma fishtailed briefly on loose gravel before straightening. I couldn't stop watching the mirror. She was still visible in our taillights, now running full out, arms swinging loose at her sides, head angled just enough to keep us in sight. The way she moved, it wasn't right. The rhythm was off, like watching a film with frames missing. The brush closed in on both sides, forcing us into a narrow corridor of dirt between walls of sage and juniper. Tyler took a bend too tight. The back tires kicked up a cloud of dust before he corrected, the wheel jerking in his hands. "Where's the highway?" he muttered. "Where the hell is the highway?" Movement ahead again, coming toward us this time, not standing still. That same pale shirt materializing from the darkness. The limp had become a hop, then faster, then a full run. No vehicle had passed us, no side road, no possible way she should be here, ahead of us, closing the gap. Tyler swerved left hard enough that my shoulder hit the door panel. He floored it. Her mouth was open wider now, impossibly wide. I could see teeth, too many teeth, even in white in the headlights. We hit 60 miles per hour, the wheel trembling in Tyler's hands, the washboard road threatening to rattle us into the ditch. She didn't reappear for a long stretch, 20 seconds, 30, but the sense of her stayed. That feeling of being watched, of being followed, of something behind us that was gaining. Then a flash of movement along the right side, lower now, not standing, not running upright, moving on all fours, matching our speed for what felt like forever but was probably only seconds. I caught glimpses between the brush, that pale shirt, dark hair streaming back, arms and legs moving in coordination like she'd always moved that way, like it was natural. Then she vanished into the dark brush beyond the headlight's reach. An impact hit the passenger door, sudden and hard. Not a bump, not brush scraping. An exhale, deliberate, with weight behind it. The door panel dimpled inward slightly. I turned, pressing myself back into the seat. She was there, level with my window, her face inches from the glass. Her arm was reaching, fingers splayed wide. I could see under her nails, dark crescents. Or maybe the nails themselves were dark, too long, too thick. She was keeping pace at 60 miles per hour on all fours. Then she dropped back, falling away into the darkness behind us. The next crest put her dead center in the lane, maybe 40 feet ahead, on all fours still but motionless now, waiting. Her face was tilted up at us while her body stayed square to the road, spine curved in a way that made my stomach turn. Tyler took the right edge of the road hard, brush hammering the passenger side with impacts that sounded like fists on metal. As we came parallel, her head snapped toward me again, eyes still completely black, mouth still too wide, teeth too even, too white for someone who'd been in the desert, too perfect for the way she moved. We pulled ahead. Another impact slammed the door, harder this time. The glass vibrated but held. The sound was hollow, drum-like. I could feel it in my chest. Then the night changed. Light ahead, off to the left. Distant but unmistakable, headlights on what had to be the highway. Red taillights moving in both directions, civilization. Tyler stayed on it, the Tacoma bouncing hard enough that my head hit the roof. A T intersection appeared, marked with a faded stop sign barely visible in our high beams. He turned left toward the glow without stopping, without even slowing much. The tires scrabbled for purchase. In the mirror, she cut across behind us at an angle, moving fast enough that she was just a blur of pale shirt and dark hair. Then she was gone, actually gone this time. The night behind us was empty. The new road was smoother, recently graded. We hit 65, then 70. The glow resolved into individual lights, trucks, sedans, motorcycles. The highway, real and solid and full of people who weren't her. But then one more time she was in our lane ahead. Further out this time, maybe 100 yards. Tyler didn't brake, just took the far right edge of the road, practically in the ditch. In the high beams she lunged. She covered the distance in 3 bounds, each one impossibly long, angling for my door. I pressed myself back into the seat, one arm coming up instinctively. A hard, quick rake of sound ran along the door panel. Not brush, not rock, contact, deliberate. The sound of something sharp dragging across metal with pressure behind it. 3 distinct lines, parallel, evenly spaced. Then the dirt ended and there was pavement. The change in sound was immediate and startling. From the constant rattle of dirt and gravel to smooth, quiet road noise. Tyler merged onto the highway without signaling. A green sign flashed past in the lights. Another promised a service area in 2 miles. Neither of us spoke. My hands were shaking. My heart was still pounding so hard I felt dizzy. We pulled into the service area under sodium lights that turned everything orange. There were maybe 6 other vehicles in the lot. A semi, a few passenger cars, an RV. Normal people doing normal things. Tyler parked away from the building, in a spot with good light. We sat there for a full minute without moving. When I finally opened the door, my legs felt weak. The marks on the passenger door looked worse under the artificial light. 3 parallel gouges down to the primer, each about 8 inches long. They weren't scratches from brush. They were too even, too deliberate. Each one had regularly spaced interruptions, like something had lifted and pressed down repeatedly while dragging. Dust flaked away at my touch, revealing metal underneath. My hand was shaking so badly I had to steady it with the other one. Inside, the service area was too bright and too warm and too normal. Fluorescent lights hummed overhead. A television played the weather. The cashier, Raymond, according to his name tag, looked up from a phone and asked if we'd been on the dirt roads. The door must have still been open behind us, the marks visible from where he stood. When I told him roughly where we'd been, his expression changed. Went from casual interest to something harder. Don't stop on those roads after dark, he said. Not advice, a rule. If someone needs help, you call from town. You don't stop, you don't get out. Another man was in the snack aisle, older, maybe Navajo based on the turquoise jewelry he wore. He overheard and walked over, looked past us to the parking lot. You boys need to look at your passenger side, he said quietly. We already did, Tyler said. Raymond followed us to the door, arms crossed over his chest. Under the lights, the marks looked even worse. He studied them for a long moment. If you feel like you need to talk to somebody, tell the Navajo Nation police exactly where you were. But don't go back, not to show anyone, not at all. Do you understand? We understood. We got back in the truck and left. The drive to Durango was uneventful. Traffic was normal. The highway was well lit. Every mile that passed felt like waking up from a dream, except the marks were still there on the door. Real, undeniable. The farther we got from Shiprock, the more my mind tried to turn what happened into something ordinary. A person in distress, confusion, dust in our eyes. But the marks wouldn't let me. In daylight the next morning they were sharper, cleaner. A faint bloom of rust had risen overnight in the exposed metal. Too fast for dry weather and intact paint. I rubbed one of the grooves with my thumb. The rust color came away faintly, like pressing on an old bloodstain. Later that week, I told Thomas, a Navajo coworker from Farmington. He listened without interrupting, his expression carefully neutral. When I finished, he was quiet for a long moment. Then you don't stop on those roads at night. You just don't. Sometimes what you see out there isn't a person, or it isn't only a person. He told me to wash the truck, to not show the marks off, and if I wanted to sleep better, to buy something small from a local vendor near where we'd come out. As a sign of respect, he said. For what? He didn't specify. The next weekend, Tyler and I drove back to that area. Daylight, highway only, plenty of traffic. We stopped at a roadside stand near the turnoff where we'd emerged. An older woman sold beadwork and carved animals from the back of a pickup. I bought a beaded keychain. Tyler bought a carved wooden fox. We didn't explain. We didn't negotiate the price. We said thank you, left cash, and drove away. I felt something in my shoulders let go, some tension I'd been carrying for days. The scratches never washed out, no matter what we tried. The rust stayed thin but visible. Eventually, Tyler got the door repainted, $600 at a body shop in town. The guy doing the work asked what had made marks like that. Tyler told him he didn't know. That was true enough. The keychain's been on my keys ever since. The fox is on Tyler's shelf, next to a photo of his truck from before. We still take drives through the Four Corners, but never through that stretch. If traffic on the highway is bad, it's bad. You sit in it. You listen to podcasts or music, or just the sound of the engine. You let the sun go down surrounded by other people, other vehicles, lights in every direction. The ending is simple. We made it home. The marks cost money to fix. The memories didn't fade the way I hoped they would. I still check the mirrors more than I used to. Still get tense when the sun starts to drop and I'm not on a main road. Still remember that feeling of being watched, of being hunted, of something that shouldn't exist moving faster than it should, getting closer. I tell this story the way Raymond told it to us. Plain and simple. Don't stop on those roads after dark. If you think someone needs help, call it in from town. Keep your doors locked. Keep moving. Stay on the highway. The last time Tyler and I drove through that area, we passed the turnoff in daylight. He turned down the radio without being asked. No shortcuts, he said. Yeah, I said. No shortcuts. It's a simple rule. Not complicated, not hard to follow, but it's a rule that exists for a reason. Taught by people who've seen things they don't talk about except in warnings to strangers at gas stations. And if you're smart, if you want to get home safe, you follow it. Every time. No exceptions. Because out there in the desert, on those dirt roads after dark, you might see someone who needs help. And you have to understand, really understand, that stopping might be the last decision you ever make.